If you enjoy these stories, please don't forget to like and subscribe. It'll help this channel grow so I can continue to improve and provide a wide variety of stories. Thanks for watching. The fluorescent office lights hummed a monotonous tune, matching the rhythmic click-clack of Arthur's worn loafers against the linoleum. The digital clock read 5:32 p.m., a reminder that another day had been lost to cubicles and conference calls. Arthur pushed through the heavy glass door of the main entrance, leaving behind the stuffy, recycled air of the office. His gray sedan sat where he had left it that morning. He slid into the driver's seat. The engine turned over with a weary groan that mirrored the ache in his own bones. The drive home was a blurred sequence of brake lights and radio commercials, with one singular goal: get home and read manga. The walk to his front door felt long. Arthur unlocked the door and stepped inside. The silence of the empty apartment stood in stark contrast to the persistent noise of the office. The world outside continued its relentless, impersonal march, but within the small space of his home, the only sound was the quiet ticking of the clock, counting down the seconds until he had to repeat it all again. Arthur moved through his nightly routine on autopilot, brushing his teeth, changing into pajamas, and climbing into bed. He stared at the ceiling, an empty canvas, and for a fleeting moment, wished for anything to break the suffocating monotony. A crash, a storm, or even an earthquake to end the endless loop. The world answered. A low, guttural groan rose from the building's foundations. His bed began to sway, a gentle rocking that quickly escalated into a violent, sickening lurch. The walls groaned in protest, the plaster cracking like thunder. A spiderweb of fractures raced across the ceiling, sending dust and debris raining down. The last thing Arthur registered was the sound of screaming metal and the sight of the world folding in on itself, a final, chaotic collapse before darkness took him. Consciousness returned slowly. The first thing Arthur noticed was the scent: damp earth, sweet blossoms, and something clean and sharp like ozone after a lightning strike. He pushed himself up. His hand sank into a carpet of soft, glowing moss. Above him, a forest canopy stretched toward a deep, velvety blue sky where two moons hung, one a silver crescent, the other a pale, luminous orb. The colossal trees featured bark swirled with iridescent patterns, and leaves the size of dinner plates shimmered with an internal light. This was not the world where he had gone to sleep. This was impossible. Instinct took over. Arthur needed water. He turned his head, straining to hear any sound that signaled its presence. Beyond the ambient hum, he caught a faint, rhythmic gurgle coming from downhill to his left. He took a hesitant step, his loafers sinking into the damp moss, and began to move toward the sound, guided by the glowing canopy. The sound of water grew clearer, pulling him forward, until the snap of a twig to his right froze him in place. His head swiveled, and his breath caught. Partially obscured by enormous, fern-like fronds, stood a beast the size of a small car. Move, Arthur, move. Why can't I move? The beast took a step, its plates clicking softly, and the ground trembled under its weight. It was a hunter. Arthur was the prey. The gurgle of the stream now sounded like a distant, irrelevant dream. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but his feet felt rooted to the spot. The beast lowered its head, locking eyes with him, and began to paw at the ground, tearing up chunks of glowing moss and earth. The air grew thick with the scent of raw, predatory hunger. Arthur realized with a sickening certainty that he had to move, or he would not survive the encounter. Panic washed over Arthur, a primal terror warring with his cynical, logical side. He was an accountant, not a mage or a warrior. But as the crystalline beast took another thundering step, a name from the fantasy novels he had spent his life reading erupted from his throat. "Ice spear!" Arthur screamed. He thrust his hand out, fueled by desperate, groundless hope. The world responded, with a series of sharp cracks. Half a dozen jagged spears of translucent ice erupted from the moss between him and the beast. They didn't strike the creature, but their sudden, violent appearance sent a shower of dirt and glowing moss into the air. The colossal boar thing skidded to a halt, letting out an infuriated snort. Its amber eyes, previously filled with predatory certainty, flickered with confusion and a sliver of fear. It stepped back, crystalline hide bristling as it stared at the magical shards protruding from the forest floor. Arthur stood frozen, his hand trembling, the faint, cold tingle of the spell still lingering in his fingertips. He had done more than by a few seconds. He had fundamentally altered the rules of the encounter. "Holy crap, no way!" Arthur gasped. The shock on the scaled boar's face mirrored his own, but Arthur's quickly morphed into a reckless grin. The part of his brain that understood debits and credits screamed in protest, drowned out by the thrill of breaking free from reality. "Firestorm!" Arthur bellowed, throwing his hand forward with theatrical flair. The response was immediate and terrifying. At first the spell seemed to work perfectly. A few fireballs materialized in the air in a controlled fashion. Then the air ignited. Dozens of fist-sized fireballs coalesced from nothingness, swirling into a vortex around the boar. They detonated on impact, showering the creature's crystalline hide with superheated shrapnel. Arthur stumbled back, his face stinging from the heat. He realized with dawning horror that this was no game. The power he had unleashed was real, and it was catastrophically uncontrollable. The boar shook its massive head, crystalline plates scorched and cracked, its amber eyes burning with pure rage. Arthur's previous gambit had wounded the beast, but it remained alive. The idea flickered in his mind, born from 100 dark fantasy arcs, a cage of pure magic. "Barrier!" Arthur roared, thrusting both hands forward. He poured his will into the visualization, forming a prison of energy. Rippling walls of translucent, violet light snapped into existence, creating a cylinder around the creature. He imagined the air inside the cage growing hot and dense, stealing the breath from the creature's lungs. The space within the violet walls shimmered, distorting like a heat haze. The boar slammed its shoulder into the barrier with a deafening thud. The energy flexed, but held. It thrashed, snorting plumes of black smoke, but remained trapped. Its powerful legs buckled as the atmosphere turned against it. Arthur watched with clinical, detached precision as the beast's bellows weakened into choked, agonized gasps. Then silence. The heat haze dissipated, and Arthur let the violet barrier collapse. The boar's massive body crumpled to the ground, its crystalline hide now dull and lifeless. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with the acrid tang of burnt fur and scorched earth. As the fires died down, Arthur surveyed the scene. He looked at his own hands, the reality of his actions crashing down. He made a mental note. "I should be more careful with the magic I use." Arthur eyed the immense carcass. He moved with a new, grim efficiency, gathering fallen branches. The strange, lightweight wood of the glowing trees proved surprisingly strong. He lashed them together with tough, vine-like creepers, creating a functional sled. It was exhausting work. His muscles screamed and his hands grew raw. But as he heaved the massive boar onto the platform, a fierce, possessive satisfaction burned in his chest. He had killed it. It would not go to waste. Dragging the sled was a grueling ordeal. The boar's weight carved furrows into the glowing moss, and every step was a strain against the resistance of this alien world. Yet, the promise of water pulled him forward. The gentle gurgle he had heard earlier grew into a melodic rush, and he pushed through a final curtain of giant ferns into a clearing. A crystal-clear stream flowed over smooth, colorful stones. The air was cooler here, carrying a fresh, minty aroma from the bank. Arthur dropped the ropes, his body aching, and stared at the water. It was the most welcome sight he had ever seen. He fell to his knees, plunging his hands into the stream and bringing the liquid to his lips. It was impossibly cold and pure, a shock that felt like life flowing back into his parched body. He drank greedily, the coolness soothing his raw throat. For a moment he felt invincible, a powerful sorcerer who had conquered a wild land. The adrenaline and the lingering, euphoric hum of magic in his veins masked the deep exhaustion clawing at his insides. The crash was as sudden as the spells Arthur had cast. As he pulled his dripping hands from the water, a profound weakness swept through him, heavy as physical weight. The world tilted. The shimmering leaves and twin moons blurred into a swirl of color. A high-pitched ringing drowned out the stream's gentle rush. His body, accustomed to the sedentary comfort of a desk chair, screamed in protest. The aches from dragging the boar and the unaccustomed exertion merged with the void left by his exhausted mana. His legs gave out, and he collapsed onto his side. His last conscious sight was the water flowing inches from his face, mocking his helplessness before darkness pulled him under. Arthur woke sometime later that night. The darkness was disorienting, a void so complete he was unsure if his eyes were open. The stream's rush was his only anchor. The memory of the collapse, of magic and exhaustion merging into an overwhelming force, stung his mind. He knew conjuring another spell was a risk, a drain on reserves he wasn't sure he had, but lying helpless in the blackness was worse. He focused inward, picturing a tiny, contained spark of small light. "Luminate," he whispered. From his palm, a softball of warm, steady light bloomed, pushing back the dark. Arthur lay there, the orb of light floating above his hand, its warmth a comfort in the sleeping wilderness. He was weak, but he was not powerless. The golden orb of light hovered, casting dancing shadows. Arthur sat up, the movement sending waves of ache through his body. His mind raced, piecing together the fragments of this terrifying reality. Magic. It's real. But how? The raw power he had unleashed felt like a wild animal. The memory of the firestorm's fury and the ice spear's erratic aim was a stark warning. Was it the words? The intention? He tried to apply the logic of fantasy games, seeking a system to understand and control. His gaze fell on the boar. He focused, concentrating on the image of ice. Nothing happened. He tried the word cold. Still nothing. The carcass remained stubbornly unchanged. Frustration bubbled, but then a new thought struck him. He looked at a nearby pockmarked boulder partially buried in the moss. He pointed a finger and spoke the word aloud. Ice. The effect was violent. With a muffled crack, the boulder exploded from within, sending shards of rock and ice flying. Arthur stared at the crater, horrified. That could have been his food. The realization hit him. The words were the trigger, but without precision. They were a sledgehammer. He took a deep, shaky breath and picked a smaller stone. This time, he didn't just shout. He closed his eyes, picturing a slow, creeping frost, a gentle breath stealing the warmth from the stone. He opened his eyes, pointed, and said, "Ice." His voice steady. A delicate lacework of frost bloomed across the surface, spreading until the stone was encased in a perfect, silent shell. It wasn't just about the power. It was about the will behind it. Arthur wondered. The words are an amplifier, but are they a necessity? What if I were gagged, or wounded, or needed to be silent? This time he didn't speak. He held the image in his mind with perfect clarity. A slow, creeping death by cold. He made a slow, deliberate waving motion, beckoning the chill. To his astonishment, it worked. A faint, silvery mist emanated from the boulder, and a delicate rime of frost formed. It was slower, far more gentle than the explosive freezing from before. Arthur turned his attention to the scaled boar. Again, a silvery mist emanated from the carcass, and frost began to coat its crystalline plates. Realizing his survival depended on understanding this magic, he knew he had to test further. He turned toward a distant tree. He focused on the image of a single, contained sphere of flame and flicked his fingers toward it. A tiny, weak puff of sparks, like a dying campfire, erupted at the base of the trunk and sputtered out. He repeated the motion, keeping the image clear, and added the word, "Fireball." A grapefruit-sized orb of flame shot from his hand and impacted the tree. He started small, targeting pebbles and twigs. He focused on a pebble, picturing a tiny flame alighting on its surface like a match strike. "Flame," he whispered. A small, controlled puff of orange fire appeared and lasted a second. Success. He repeated this dozens of times, each attempt a lesson in restraint, funneling immense power into a minuscule output. He slumped back, the exertion draining his remaining reserves, but a grim satisfaction settled in his soul. He was no longer just an accountant. He was a student of a deadly art, and he had just passed his first lesson. Arthur took a slow breath, focusing on the concept of a sharp, cutting force, not wild destruction, but a precise, focused wind. He raised his hand toward a tree a safe distance away, visualized a clean horizontal slash, and spoke clearly. "Wind cut." A sharp whoosh sliced the air. A crescent-shaped blade of compressed wind struck the trunk. Bark and a thin layer of wood peeled away, leaving a smooth, shallow cut. The tree remained standing, but the cut was real and controlled. A small grin broke across his face. Emboldened, Arthur turned back to the boar. He focused again, picturing precise cuts along the joints. Nothing explosive, just clean separations. He gestured with a chopping motion and repeated, "Wind cut." This time, multiple faint crescents of wind flew out. The frozen outer layer cracked and sliced open with audible snaps. Chunks of crystalline hide and meat separated cleanly. It wasn't perfect butchery, but it worked. Arthur managed to harvest several large, manageable slabs of meat from the carcass, leaving the remains to be cleaned in the nearby stream. With his stomach finally full for the first time since arriving in this world, a wave of renewed energy and cautious optimism flows through Arthur. The seared boar meat was far better than Arthur expected, rich, savory, and strangely satisfying. He washes his hands and face in the stream, then decides it's time to explore a little. Arthur knows he can't stay by the water forever. Following the creek downstream, the frozen remains of a boar are secured on its sled and dragged behind Arthur with some effort. The forest is alive with morning light, glowing plants slowly dimming as the sun rises higher. After about 20 minutes of careful walking, Arthur spots something unusual through the trees. A small, weathered wooden cabin nestled near the stream bank. It looks old, vines crawling up the walls, moss on the roof, and one shutter hanging crookedly, but it's intact. Abandoned but not ruined. Heart beating faster, Arthur approaches and pushes open the creaky door. Inside is dim but dry. Dust floats in the beams of light coming through the cracks. There's a simple wooden table, a chair, a stone fireplace, and a worn bed frame with no mattress. Not much else, except a wooden chest in the corner. He opens it. Inside is a set of clothes that look like they were made for someone roughly Arthur's size. They're simple but sturdy, far better than the pajamas he woke up in. Arthur strips off the gray pajama set and changes into the new outfit. The cabin isn't much, but it's shelter. He could make it a temporary base. The fireplace works. There's a stream right outside for water, and the boar meat could be stored and smoked. With the rest of the boar, smoked and stored, Arthur's immediate survival needs are met. For the first time since waking up in this world, your mind, that restless, overactive geek brain that once devoured fantasy novels, RPGs, and magic systems, shifts from don't die to something far more exciting. What can I actually do here? Arthur hones in, becoming obsessed with magic. The first month was brutal. Arthur practiced for hours every day until he collapsed from exhaustion. Most attempts ended in failure or chaos. Wind kept blowing Arthur off his feet, or scattering leaves uselessly. Fire still had a habit of becoming uncontrolled firestorms if Arthur got excited. Water either did nothing or created a pathetic puddle. Earth refused to listen most days. Light and dark were almost completely beyond him. Arthur failed hundreds of times. Spells fizzled. Backlash knocked Arthur unconscious more than once. Arthur set part of the forest on fire twice, accidentally buried his food cache under a small landslide, and nearly drowned himself trying to summon a water sphere. But Arthur kept notes. Arthur experimented. Arthur remembered every lesson from the boar fight. Clear visualization plus intent plus spoken word equals power. Gesture helped. Emotion could amplify or ruin control. By the end of the second month, things started to click. Arthur developed his own system through painful trial and error. Wind, Arthur learned gale slice, precise cutting blades, and zephyr step, short bursts of speed and light footwork. Fire, ember for controlled cooking flames, and flare burst for combat. Arthur could finally make a stable campfire without burning the cabin down. Water, aqua veil, a protective water shield, and stream call, pulling water from the air or ground. Earth, stone anchor, creating temporary barriers or platforms, and root grasp, vines/roots to restrain. Light, luminate orb, Arthur's reliable night light, evolved into radiant lance and healing warmth. Dark, the hardest element, Arthur managed a weak shadow veil, minor stealth, and void grasp, pulling small objects toward him. Arthur still had massive limits. Big spells drained Arthur for hours or days, and Arthur had no idea how to increase his total mana capacity yet. As the months passed, he reinforced the walls with earth magic. A small garden grew near the stream thanks to careful water and earth manipulation. The boar's crystalline plates became improvised tools and even crude armor pieces. Magic stopped feeling like random chaos and started feeling like a language he was slowly learning to speak. One quiet evening, as the twin moons rose again, Arthur stood outside the cabin and looked at the stars he still didn't recognize. He whispered to himself, "I'm actually doing this." Arthur still didn't know how he got here, or if there's a way home. Still missing certain comforts of his old world, but for the first time in his life, he felt truly alive. The kingdom of Eldoria, capital city of Etherport, high upon the lonely hill, Castle Etherian gleamed under the light of the twin moons. Its towering white spires and dark obsidian walls overlooked a vast kingdom, golden plains stretching for miles, patchwork farmlands feeding thousands, and the dense, lively city of Etherport hugging the castle walls like a living jewel. King Arion Voss stood on the royal balcony, his strong hands gripping the stone railing. Beside him, Queen Seraphine watched with quiet intensity, her silver-streaked hair catching the moonlight. Below them, the city lights twinkled, lanterns in windows, torches along the streets, the distant sounds of night markets and guards on patrol. Their peaceful evening was shattered by a sudden, unnatural phenomenon. Far to the north, beyond the rolling plains and past the edge of civilization, a colossal beam of brilliant white light erupted from the sky and slammed into the heart of the ancient, glowing forest. It was so massive and bright that even from this great distance, it lit up the night like a second sun. The beam lingered for nearly a minute, pulsing with otherworldly energy, before slowly fading away and leaving only a faint, lingering glow above the treetops. The king's eyes narrowed. "A summoning light," he murmured, voice low and grave. "One of that magnitude." Queen Seraphine placed a hand on his arm, her expression a mix of awe and concern. The king turned to a waiting attendant who had rushed onto the balcony. "Send word to the royal mages and the Order of the Silver Griffin. I want scouts dispatched toward the northern glowing woods at first light. Find whatever, or whoever, that light brought here, and bring them to me alive." Castle Etherian, the Great Hall. The massive oak doors of the Great Hall boomed open as the first attendees arrived. Around the table were the most trusted advisors in the realm. Leader Wren of the Order of the Silver Griffin stood tall. Archmage Black, Mage Alara and Kale, the youngest of the three. King Arion leaned forward, his voice echoing through the hall. "You all saw the beam of light that struck the northern glowing woods. That was no natural phenomenon. It was a summoning. I want your thoughts." Wren spoke first, his voice steady. "My king, the forest has always been dangerous. If something powerful was brought there, it could threaten the northern border. I recommend sending a full scouting party immediately. My silver griffins can lead it." Archmage Black stroked his beard thoughtfully. The alignment of the moons was unusual tonight. This may be an otherworlder, or something far worse. We should prepare both diplomatic and defensive measures. We should send mages with the scouts to detect magical signatures. The queen added softly, "We must be cautious. Legends say such arrivals can change the fate of kingdoms." The meeting continued late into the night, with plans being made. As the meeting went on inside, a group of 20 elite scouts from the Silver Griffin Order gathered in the torchlit courtyard. They mounted sturdy warhorses, their silver-blue armor and cloaks shimmering. Each carried supplies for a long journey. With sharp commands, they rode out through the main gates and headed north across the moonlit plains, a 2-month trek to the edge of the glowing forest. On the southern edge of the vast, glowing forest, where the ancient trees met the golden plains, a lone traveler paused on a rocky ridge. Her name was Sora, once a promising student at the Royal Mage Academy. She had been labeled worthless after her mana proved unstable and her spells unpredictable. Dismissed by the court and looked down upon by most mages, she chose solitude over pity. Now she wandered the wild borders of Eldoria, taking odd jobs, hunting rare herbs, and honing her craft away from judgmental eyes. Even from this safe distance on the forest's edge, the light was overwhelming, forcing Sora to shield her eyes with her arm. When the beam finally faded, leaving only a faint afterglow above the canopy, Sora slowly lowered her hand, Her blue eyes were wide with shock and fascination. "That was a summoning," she whispered, her voice soft but steady. "I should warn the others, it could take months." Sora stood at the tree line for a long time, staring into the glowing woods. The massive beam of light had faded, but its memory still burned in her mind. The kingdom's scouts would take weeks to arrive. If she waited, whatever had been summoned might be long gone, or worse, it could become a threat. "I'm not strong enough for this," the old doubt whispered in her head. "You were always the failure at the academy." But another voice, quieter, stubborn, pushed back. "No one else is here. If I don't go, who will?" Taking a deep breath, she stepped past the boundary and into the glowing forest. She moved carefully, eyes darting at every strange sound and shifting light. The forest was more beautiful and terrifying up close. Massive trees with iridescent bark, glowing moss, and an unnatural hum in the air. She had only been walking for 20 minutes when she heard it. A heavy snort, the crunch of underbrush. From behind a cluster of giant ferns emerged a scaled boar, a massive beast the size of a small cart. Its body was covered in sharp, crystalline plates that shimmered with inner light. Its golden eyes locked onto her with clear predatory intelligence. Sora's heart slammed in her chest. Too big, too dangerous, but there was no time to run. She quickly reached into the spatial storage ring on her finger and pulled out her combat staff. With her other hand, she snatched a specially prepared spell sheet from her pouch, one inscribed with lightning runes. She hurled the sheet forward, channeling her mana into it as she shouted, "Bolt!" A violent crack split the air. A powerful bolt of lightning tore through the sky, smashing through 2 massive trees in its path. Wood exploded into splinters, and debris rained down everywhere. The scaled boar roared in fury and charged straight at her, tusks lowered. Sora leaped to the side in a desperate roll. The beast thundered past, missing her by inches. As she came back up to her feet in one fluid motion, she grabbed another spell sheet, spun, and hurled it directly at the creature. Bolt! This time the lightning struck true. A blinding flash and deafening crack echoed through the forest. The bolt slammed into the scaled boar's side, electricity arcing across its crystalline plates. The beast let out a final, agonized bellow before collapsing heavily onto the glowing moss, smoke rising from its body. Sora stood there panting, staff trembling slightly in her grip. Her heart was racing. She had done it. Sora stood over the smoking corpse of the scaled boar, breathing hard. The lightning had done its job, but the fight had drained her. She quickly harvested a few crystalline plates and a chunk of meat before retreating deeper into the forest, following the direction of the massive summoning beam she had witnessed. The trail was impossible to miss. She found the site of Arthur's desperate battle first, shattered trees, scorched earth, deep gouges in the ground, and the lingering scent of ozone and burnt flesh still lingering heavy in the air. Observing the ground and its deep imprints, she continues further on. Eventually, she discovered the clear marks of something heavy being dragged, furrows in the moss and broken branches. "Whoever this is, they're strong," she whispered, a mix of fear and fascination in her voice. A few days later, she found the cabin. She stayed hidden in the tree line, watching from a safe distance. She saw the man, Arthur, practicing magic by the stream. At first his spells were wild and unstable, but over the following weeks and months, she watched him grow with terrifying speed. He froze entire sections of the stream with controlled ice. He summoned precise wind blades. He created stable flames, and even began experimenting with light and dark. Sora's hands trembled as she observed him. This isn't normal. No one learns this fast. No one uses magic this freely, without years of training. She stayed hidden for months, never revealing herself. Every time Arthur practiced, her fear grew. This man, this otherworlder, wielded power that made her own abilities look like child's play. She took notes, studied his methods. One day, after watching another of his intense training sessions, Sora decided it was time to leave. She needed to report what she had seen to someone, perhaps the kingdom, or at least warn the border villages. She slipped away quietly through the forest, heading south. She didn't make it far. A war band of orcs, brutal, gray-skinned, and heavily armed, had been moving through the outer forest. They caught her scent. 8 of them emerged from the underbrush, crude weapons raised, yellow eyes gleaming with hunger and malice. Sora's heart sank. She was already tired from traveling, and her mana was unstable. She raised her staff, pulling another lightning sheet from her pouch, but the orcs were closing in fast, surrounding her. With Sora's staff raised high above, she tossed the tome out in front of her, channeling as much mana into it as she could. The result was catastrophic. The paper ignited with blinding white light, before hundreds of lightning bolts erupted in every direction at once. The forest lit up like it was midday. Bolts slammed into trees, the ground, and the orcs. 2 of the beasts were struck dead center and dropped instantly, bodies convulsing. The rest roared in pain and fury as stray bolts grazed them. Sora wasn't spared. Several bolts struck dangerously close, one grazing her leg and another exploding right beside her, throwing her violently backward. She hit the ground hard, pain shooting through her body, her vision swimming. Smoke rose from the ground around her. The air crackled with uncontrolled electricity. Sora pushed herself up on one elbow, breathing raggedly, her staff lying a few feet away. Pain throbbed in her leg and side. The surviving orcs staggered back, eyes wide with shock and wariness. They weren't mindless brutes. They had seen the wild, uncontrolled power of that spell. They didn't flee, but they became more cautious, circling her slowly, weapons raised, looking for an opening while staying just outside the danger zone of another reckless blast. She reached shakily for another tome, but her hands were trembling. The orcs began closing in again, slower this time, more deliberate, more dangerous. Arthur was experimenting with a new spell concept near the stream when it happened. A brilliant flash of light erupted off in the distance, far brighter than any lightning he had ever seen. For a split second, it turned a section of the forest into daylight. Then came the delayed, thunderous crack of the blast. His heart jumped. In all these months, Arthur hadn't seen another living person. No travelers, no villages, nothing. This could be his first real chance. Closing his eyes and reached out with sense magic, a technique Arthur had been refining. He felt the lingering crackle of powerful lightning mana in that direction. Someone was fighting. This is it. Focusing in on the location, visualizing a safe spot in the trees, just above the disturbance. He had been working on a teleportation spell for weeks. It was risky, but I have to try. Speaking the trigger word clearly. Warp. The world twisted around him in a rush of color and sensation. For a brief, disorienting moment Arthur felt weightless. Then his feet landed on a thick branch high in a glowing tree. Crouching low, steadying himself against the trunk, and looked down. In a small clearing, a silver-haired woman in dark armor was on the ground, struggling to get up. Several dead orcs lay smoking around her. The remaining 3 orcs were circling her cautiously, weapons raised, clearly wary after whatever chaotic lightning attack she had unleashed. She looked hurt, and badly outnumbered. The largest orc roared and brought its heavy axe down towards Sora with brutal force. The other 2 followed, weapons raised for the killing blow. A shimmering blue energy shield suddenly materialized around her with a soft hum. The weapon slammed into the barrier with a loud clang, sending sparks flying but failing to break through. Sora flinched, eyes wide in shock. At that moment, Arthur dropped from the tree, landing lightly on his feet directly in front of her. His traveler's cloak settled as he straightened, one hand still extended to maintain the shield. He looked down at the silver-haired woman, offering his free hand to help her up. "You okay?" he asked, his voice calm but firm. The orcs staggered back a step, startled by his sudden appearance. Their eyes shifted between the stranger and the glowing blue barrier, uncertainty mixing with their rage. Sora stared up at him, the man she had secretly watched for months, now standing right in front of her. Her heart pounded. Up close, he looked surprisingly normal. And yet, the power she had witnessed from him was anything but. Sora hesitated for a brief moment, staring at the offered hand. Then she took it. The moment their hands touched, a gentle wave of healing energy flowed into her. The pain in her side and leg faded rapidly. Her eyes widened in pure shock. He never spoke a word. He didn't use a single tome. "I'm Arthur," he said calmly, turning his gaze back toward the orcs. "I've never met an orc before," he added, sounding genuinely curious. Can they be reasoned with? Sora could only stare at him in complete confusion. Reasoned with? It was then that the 3 remaining orcs recovered. With guttural roars, they charged again, crude weapons raised high. Arthur raised his free hand. A shimmering blue barrier instantly formed around both of them. The orc's weapons slammed against it repeatedly, sending ripples across the surface, but the shield held firm with no sign of breaking. "I guess not," Arthur muttered. He raised his other hand. A small, tight barrier appeared around each orc's head, completely cutting off their air. Within a minute, the massive creatures dropped to their knees, thrashing desperately as they suffocated. One by one, they collapsed unconscious. Arthur walked over to each of them calmly and raised a hand. Ice spear. Sharp spears of ice formed and drove straight through their hearts, ending the fight for good. Sora watched the entire sequence in stunned silence. The casual, effortless way he used magic, without tomes, without chanting, without any visible effort, terrified her more than the orcs ever could. Her mind couldn't process it. The world tilted. She had passed out. The company of 20 Silver Griffin Knights and 3 court mages had pushed hard. They were now only half a day's ride from the edge of the glowing forest. Unfortunately, they were deep in Goblin Plains territory. As night fell, they made camp in a shallow depression for defense. It was well after midnight when the attack came. Hundreds of waist-high goblins swarmed out of the darkness, a shrieking, chittering horde armed with spears, clubs, and crude bows. Their numbers seemed endless. "Goblins! To arms!" a knight bellowed. The camp exploded into motion. The 3 mages were rushed to the center, while the 20 knights formed a tight defensive ring around them, shields locked and weapons facing outward in a disciplined phalanx. Mage Aiden acted first. He pulled a glowing spell tome from his robes, channeled mana into it with his wand, and shouted, "Barrier!" A translucent dome of magical energy snapped into place around the entire group. Mage Valor immediately followed, unleashing a powerful fire spell. A roaring tornado of flames erupted around the barrier, spinning violently with the mages and knights safely in the eye of the storm. Goblins that charged too close were incinerated instantly. As the fire tornado began to die down, Mage Pike raised his staff and slammed it into the ground. "Rise!" Several large earth golems burst from the soil outside the barrier and began wading into the goblin horde, swinging massive stone fists and crushing any creature in reach. The defensive formation held, but the pressure was immense. One of the knights, breathing heavily behind his shield, shouted over the chaos, "How long can you keep this up?" Valor, sweat pouring down his face, replied grimly, "Not long enough." Aiden, visibly straining to maintain the barrier, said weakly, "We're going to need a new plan." Valor turned sharply to Pike. "Drop the golems. Build a wall around us with earth and carve a channel in the ground for us to escape through." One of the knights called out urgently, "What of the horses and supplies?" Valor looked around at the carnage, the endless waves of goblins and the exhausted mages. "We're not making it to the glowing forest." Sora jolted awake with a sharp gasp, sitting bolt upright on the simple bed. Her heart hammered in her chest as she looked around frantically. She was inside the cabin. Her staff leaned against the wall, within easy reach. The faint glow of morning light filtered through the cracks in the shutters. She took several deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down, then grabbed her staff for support and slowly stood up. Her body still ached, but the worst of the pain was gone. She steadied herself and stepped outside. There, in the small garden patch beside the stream, Arthur was sitting on a flat rock, quietly waiting. He looked up as she emerged and gave her a slight, gentle smile. "Are you feeling better?" Sora's grip tightened on her staff. She stayed near the doorway, still wary. "Why did you bring me here?" she asked, voice nervous but steady. "You passed out," Arthur replied simply. "I couldn't just leave you there." He studied her for a moment, then added, "You seem better." "That's good. I wasn't sure if the healing magic would work." Sora didn't answer right away. Arthur continued, sensing her tension. "I'm not going to hurt you or anything, if that's what you're worried about." Sora looked at him for a long moment. The fear in her eyes slowly shifted into cautious curiosity. "But your magic, she murmured. Arthur tilted his head slightly. You have magic too, don't you? Wasn't it your lightning spell I saw earlier? Sora was quiet for a few seconds, processing everything. This man truly seemed unaware of just how abnormal his power was. Finally, she let out a slow breath and said, If you truly mean no threat, I suppose we can talk. Sora kept a firm grip on her staff as they moved inside. She wasn't ready to store it away just yet. They sat across from each other at the old wooden table. Sora took a slow breath, clearly gathering her thoughts, then began to speak. We are in the kingdom of Eldoria. The capital is Etherport, a large city with a castle in the center. She paused, then continued. Magic is a life force that flows through all things. Anyone can use it with enough study and training, though some people are naturally better at it than others. Sora reached into her pouch and pulled out a small sheet of paper, about the size of a folded napkin. Intricate circular patterns of glowing script covered it. We call these tomes, she said, holding it up for Arthur to see, or casting circles. We write instructions, spell type, power, shape, everything onto these sheets. Then we pour the correct type and amount of mana into them to activate the spell. She placed the unused tome on the table between them. Most people spend years in academies learning how to write proper scripts. If you pour too much mana into a tome, the spell can go wild, out of control. It's dangerous. Arthur listened quietly, absorbing everything. Sora hesitated for a moment, then continued, her voice growing more serious. The bright light that appeared in the forest, that was a summoning light. It's extremely rare. It usually means someone from another world has been brought here. Arthur blinked. Summoning light? I don't remember a light. There was an earthquake while I was lying in bed. The building came down on me, but I don't remember getting crushed. Maybe I was summoned. It had to be you, Sora said, her eyes wide. Only someone with godlike power could use magic the way you do. Arthur raised both hands in a small gesture, motioning to the humble cabin around them. I just woke up here, got attacked by that boar thing, and eventually found this cabin. Sora's expression changed. She looked around the small space with new eyes. You didn't build this. This must be the very cabin the Demon Lord was summoned to. Arthur leaned forward. Demon Lord? Sora nodded slowly, her voice dropping. 1,000 years ago, a massive light fell from the sky. It brought a man here. He became incredibly powerful, stronger than entire armies. He burned villages, conquered lands. Then one day, he simply got bored and disappeared. The legends say the Demon Lord we still fight today is that same summoned being. He returns every 100 years or so, bringing destruction and war. She looked directly at Arthur. So you can see why your arrival is terrifying. The last time someone like you appeared, it was in these very woods. Arthur leaned back in his chair, still processing everything. He gave a small, almost self-deprecating laugh. So are you saying I'm strong, or the next Demon Lord? Sora shook her head quickly. Most mages only have an affinity for one, maybe two types of mana. That's why we focus on the scripts we can actually use. We also need a staff or wand to help channel our mana properly into the tome. She pointed at Arthur. You can use every type of magic without a tome, without a staff, without even chanting. And the way you killed those orcs without speaking a single word. Arthur looked genuinely puzzled. How do you know I can use every type of magic? Sora froze. For a long moment she didn't answer. Her mind raced. Should I tell him? She had been spying on him for months, watching his training, his power, his casual dominance over magic that terrified her. He had saved her life, and yet the thought of admitting she had been secretly observing him made her stomach twist with anxiety. What if he gets angry? What if he really can read minds or control them? She swallowed hard, then decided on the truth. I've been watching you, she admitted quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. For months. I saw the light that brought you here. I followed your trail. I watched you train. I saw what you can do. I was too scared to approach you until the orcs attacked me. She looked down at the table, gripping her staff a little tighter. I'm sorry. I know it sounds bad. I'm not exactly a strong mage. The Academy called me a failure because I can't control my mana output very well. But you're something else entirely. Sora slowly lifted her gaze to meet his, waiting for his reaction. Well, Arthur said, casually brushing past her confession, I don't know what happened to the last guy, but 1,000 years is a long time. I'm sure he's long passed by now. He raised one finger in the air like he was making a serious point. Also, I don't plan on pillaging any lands or starting wars. Sora stared at him, then retorted sharply. You said it yourself. You know nothing of this world, let alone our history. She gave him an angry, frustrated look. Arthur couldn't help it. The way her silver hair framed her annoyed expression was kind of cute. He had to suppress a small smile. Why don't we team up? He suggested. Sora blinked, caught completely off guard. It could work, Arthur continued. You can teach me what I need to know about this world and how magic is supposed to work here. Maybe we can figure out a way for you to use magic without hurting others. He paused, then added gently, even you. Sora sat there in stunned silence for a moment, processing the offer. The man she had secretly feared for months was now calmly suggesting they work together, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Sora hesitated, clearly unsure how to answer. Her fingers tightened around her staff as a dozen thoughts raced through her mind. Arthur, sensing her uncertainty, cut in gently. How about this? Guide me to the city as an escort. If by then you're still not sure about me, we can go our separate ways. He gave her a moment to think it over, his expression calm and patient. Sora looked at him for a long time, weighing her options. Finally, she let out a slow breath. I'll take you, she said quietly. As soon as the words left her mouth, a new worry crept in. What will the king do when he finds out about him? And another thought followed right after. Why haven't I seen any scouts yet? The kingdom should have sent people after that massive summoning light. She kept those thoughts to herself for now. Arthur gave a small nod, looking relieved. All right, thank you. The cabin fell into a brief, slightly awkward silence. Outside, the glowing forest continued its soft, ethereal hum. Arthur and Sora made their way through the glowing forest in relative silence. Sora stayed a few steps ahead, guiding him along safer paths, while keeping a wary eye on their surroundings. After several hours, the dense, iridescent trees began to thin. They emerged at the edge of the Goblin Plains. The scene before them was one of horror. Hundreds, possibly thousands, of goblins had gathered across the golden grasslands. What were normally small, scattered packs that posed little threat to prepared adventurers had somehow formed into a massive, seething horde. Crude banners waved in the wind. The distant sound of their chittering and snarling carried on the breeze. Oh no, Sora whispered, eyes wide with alarm. This isn't normal. Arthur, what are we going to do? She turned to him, her expression filled with worry. Arthur stood quietly for a moment, hand on his chin, thinking. He had been in enough fights since arriving in this world to know one hard truth. This wasn't a game. Every death here left a visceral stench and very real corpses behind. He considered burning the entire plane, but the thought of being seen as the next demon lord, or even just the man who set the world on fire, made him reject the idea immediately. I could use wind blades, he said almost absently. But that would be messy. Sora looked at him hopefully. Can you not teleport us there? Arthur shook his head. Not unless I've been there before. I need to know what to envision. Unless... He paused, looking at her. You let me look at your memories. Sora cut him off immediately, voice sharp with unease. Any other ideas? Arthur held up his hand toward the goblin horde. Armor car, he shouted. Nothing happened. Worth a try, he muttered, the disappointment clear in his voice. Sora glanced at him, unsure whether to laugh or be concerned. Arthur closed his eyes, raised his hand again, and spoke clearly. Earth Golem. The ground in front of them rumbled. A massive pile of dirt and stone began to rise rapidly, shaping itself into a colossal humanoid figure. The golem towered several stories high, its body made of packed earth reinforced with boulders and roots. Its glowing eyes looked down at them with simple obedience. Sora stared in complete awe, mouth slightly open. The golem slowly lowered one enormous hand to the ground like a platform. Arthur hopped onto the palm without hesitation, then turned and reached a hand down toward Sora. "You coming?" The colossal earth golem began lumbering south across the goblin plains, each massive step shaking the ground like a minor earthquake. Boom, boom, boom. With every footfall came the sickening sounds of screams, loud cracks, and thunderous booms as dozens of goblins were crushed beneath the golem's weight. The creature moved with slow, deliberate power, carving a straight path through the golden grass. As the nearest small village appeared on the horizon, a cluster of houses and farmland, Sora's expression grew increasingly concerned. She leaned over the edge of the golem's hand and pointed behind them. "The goblins, they're following us." Sure enough, trailing in the golem's wake was a chaotic scene of devastation. The massive footprints were littered with the crushed, flattened corpses of goblins, their bodies left in broken patches. And behind that trail came a massive, enraged horde, hundreds more goblins screeching and swarming after them, drawn by the destruction and the giant intruder in their territory. Arthur stood beside Sora on the golem's palm, looking back at the growing army of angry creatures. As the giant golem continued its thunderous march toward the village, Arthur turned to Sora. "Think the villagers can help defend their village if we fight?" Sora shook her head. "It's a small village, farmers mostly, not fighters." She paused, looking worried. "There's a guild hall, but only rookies come out here to fight goblins. I doubt there are many high-skilled adventurers there." Arthur's expression grew more serious. "Well, how do they normally keep the goblins and other monsters out?" "It's a small yellow stone," Sora explained. "Most villages have one, but they aren't meant for hordes this large. It repels monsters, but it's not guaranteed to keep them away." As they drew closer, the signs of a previous attack became clear. Damaged fences, burned-out buildings on the outskirts, and frightened villagers rushing to reinforce barricades. Arthur realized with a sinking feeling that the golem's path, and the massive trail of crushed goblins behind them, was bringing even more danger straight to their doorstep. "Sora!" Arthur exclaims, turning towards her. "Where is the crystal kept?" Arthur asks Sora, already preparing to act. "In the guild hall, center of the village," she answered quickly. "It's a bright yellow crystal with a natural low glow." Arthur stepped right to the edge of the golem's massive palm, the packed dirt and rock held firmly together by thick vines. He looked back at her. "Wait here. I won't be long." "Wait," Sora started, reaching out, but Arthur had already made up his mind. Warp. He vanished in an instant, leaving Sora alone with the golem. Sora stood on the massive palm of the earth golem, gripping her staff tightly as it lumbered forward. Her eyes were fixed on the village ahead when a bright beam of light suddenly shot upward from the center of the settlement, right where the guild hall stood. Her breath caught. Just then, dark clouds began to form rapidly in the sky above the city, stretching and spreading outward over the plains like living shadows. Then she saw it. A quick flash of something yellow streaking from the town center straight up into the clouds. Several tense seconds passed. The sky exploded in a violent array of brilliant yellow light. Almost immediately, heavy rain began to fall. At first nothing seemed different, but slowly the effect became clear. The goblins started pausing in their frenzied attack. One by one, then in groups, they began frantically patting themselves, screeching as if trying to put out invisible flames. Their skin bubbled and smoked where the rain touched them. It wasn't ordinary water. Something in it was causing a severe allergic-like reaction. The horde broke. What had been a massive, coordinated assault turned into a chaotic rout as the goblins abandoned their attack and fled back into the plains, howling in pain and terror. Sora stood frozen on the golem's hand, watching the yellow-tinted rain fall and the enemy dissolve before her eyes. She whispered under her breath, eyes wide with disbelief. "What did he do?" Sora remained standing on the golem's massive palm, staring out over the small village as the strange yellow-tinted rain gradually eased. The last scattered goblins could be seen fleeing on the distant horizon, disappearing back into the plains. "Where's Arthur?" she murmured, growing more anxious by the second. The golem slowly lowered its hand toward the ground. Sora jumped off as soon as it was low enough. The moment her feet touched the earth, The colossal construct began to break apart. Rocks and dirt rained down around her, forcing her to scramble backward quickly. She looked back at the collapsing pile of earth and stone, then turned and hurried into the village. The scene was one of devastation. Makeshift barricades had been hastily erected, and many homes along the streets were damaged or partially burned. Villagers were emerging from hiding, dropping axes and pitchforks as they began tending to the injured. "Arthur!" Sora called out, scanning the area. No answer. She pressed on toward the center of the village, following the concentric circle roads that led inward. The guild hall stood prominently in the middle, a sturdy two-story building that had clearly seen better days. "Arthur!" she called again, louder this time. Still nothing. Then she saw them. 8 knights in silver blue armor, members of the Order of the Silver Griffin, were coordinating search and rescue efforts alongside 3 mages. One of the mages, Valor, turned sharply as Sora approached. "You there!" he called out, his voice carrying authority. "Are you the one that assisted with the golem?" Sora froze in place, staff gripped tightly. This was going to make things difficult. Arthur had specifically asked to stay low-key during their journey, to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. She had agreed. Now, with royal forces already here, that promise was about to be tested. She swallowed hard, mind racing for the right words. Arthur warped directly into the village, appearing just outside the guild hall. He steadied himself for a moment, then looked around. The fighting hadn't reached this deep into the settlement yet. Villagers were desperately manning makeshift barricades on the outer edges with whatever weapons they had, axes, pitchforks, and a few blades, supported by what looked like very fancy knights in silver blue armor. Arthur turned his attention back to the guild hall and slipped inside through a second-story window. The room was quiet. In the center, hovering just a few inches above a black, polished stone pedestal, was a fist-sized yellow crystal emitting a faint, warm glow. He walked over and stared at it, scratching his head. "I wonder what I'm supposed to do with this." After a moment of hesitation, he reached out towards the crystal with both hands. He began pouring his magic into it. A lot of magic. The crystal's glow intensified rapidly, shifting from soft yellow to a deep, brilliant gold. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shot upward from the stone, blasting straight through the ceiling and into the sky. "This isn't good," Arthur muttered. "I think I made it worse." Dark clouds were already forming overhead. The crystal began cracking and vibrating violently at his hands. Arthur looked from the stone to the hole in the roof and made a quick decision. He heaved the crystal upward with all his strength. It shot through the air like a small yellow meteor. Arthur glanced down at his empty hands, then back at the sky. No, it must have been the magic in the rock, he reassured himself. Seconds later, the sky exploded in a violent yellow burst of light. Almost immediately, heavy rain began to fall. Behind him, Arthur suddenly heard clapping, followed by a hearty laugh. "Bravo!" He spun around. The guild hall was gone. He now stood in the middle of a long-abandoned, ruined castle throne room. The walls were broken and weathered, exposed to the elements for countless years. Dust and vines covered everything. Arthur looked around warily. "Where am I?" A voice echoed through the decayed hall once more. "You did well." Arthur found himself standing in the middle of a long-abandoned, ruined castle throne room. Broken walls led in the elements, and vines crawled over everything. The air felt heavy and ancient. In front of him stood a man wreathed in a dark, swirling red aura. Long, flowing crimson hair framed a pale face, with sharp, glowing red eyes. He wore ornate black and red armor beneath a tattered, regal cloak that billowed with dark energy. A blood-red sword rested casually in his hand. "Who might you be?" Arthur asked. The man repeated the question back with a mocking tone, then laughed. "Who am I?" He paused, his expression turning darker. "A father? No, they've taken that from me. A husband? No, that too was taken." He looked directly at Arthur, his red aura flaring. "The only thing I have left is the name they've given me." He bellowed out another laugh. "Demon Lord." Arthur's eyes widened in shock. The pieces clicked together instantly. Sora hadn't been exaggerating. The Demon Lord continued, his voice almost inviting. "I want you to join me. You and I are alike, both ripped from our homes. I started a new life here, but you will find no happiness in this world. What do you say?" Arthur hesitated for only a second before answering. "Yeah, I'm going to have to pass." He added sheepishly, "Can you tell me where I am and how to get back?" The demon lord laughed again, louder this time. "Stay a while. I've been bored for a very long time now." In that instant, Arthur raised both hands. Ice spear. Dozens of slim, razor-sharp blue shards of ice materialized around him, all pointed at the demon lord. Auto chain. The spears launched forward in a rapid, relentless barrage. Valor approached Sora, with measured steps. There was a faint hint of recognition in his eyes, as if he had seen her face a very long time ago, but the memory was too distant and uncertain for him to place. He said nothing about it. "Did you arrive with the golem?" he asked. "Yes," Sora replied quickly. Valor nodded. "There were two of you, yes? Where is the other? I must thank you both for the assistance." He glanced around, scanning the area as if expecting to spot the second person nearby. "He came down ahead of me," Sora said. "Was your friend responsible for the light and the rain that drove out the goblin horde?" Valor asked, watching her carefully. Sora's expression was one of genuine confusion and worry. "I don't know what happened," she exclaimed. "I'm afraid he got hurt. I can't find him." She sounded sincere, because she truly had no idea what Arthur had done or where he had gone. Valor studied her for a moment, then turned to a pair of silver griffin knights, passing nearby. "We'll help you find him." He gave the knights quick orders, and they nodded, moving off to begin a search of the village. Arthur didn't hold back. He unleashed a relentless barrage of ice spears, the sharp blue projectiles filling the air and pelting the degraded throne area where the demon lord had been standing. When the dust and shattered stone finally settled, there was nothing left but a pockmarked floor and a heavily damaged throne. Just then, a voice came from directly behind him. "You lack imagination." Arthur spun around. The demon lord stood there casually, red aura flickering. With one finger, he flicked Arthur lightly in the chest. "You missed." The force was incomprehensible. Arthur was violently hurled backward, smashing through what remained of the throne and slamming into the far wall with bone-crushing impact. He gasped for air, pretty sure most of his ribs were broken. "Recovery." Arthur bellowed desperately. A soft white light enveloped him. "Restore," he added, layering more healing magic. As the spells took effect and he started pushing himself to his feet, the demon lord suddenly snapped in front of him, blade pulled back for a strike. Eyes wide, Arthur yelled, "Shield!" A golden suit of light armor formed around his body. The demon lord swung, but at the last possible second, he turned the blade, striking Arthur in the side of the head with the flat of the sword. Arthur was sent tumbling through the air, smashing hard into a stone pillar. He let out a wet, gargled gasp. The shield had saved him from being cut in half, but the impact was still devastating. He immediately recast. Recovery. Restore. As his vision cleared, he saw the demon lord standing there calmly, simply watching him. "What do you want with me?" Arthur screamed. The demon lord laughed again. Arthur cut into the laughter, voice raw. "I won't help you destroy this world." He recast his golden shield and readied himself for whatever came next. The demon lord bellowed out another laugh. Such cliché. Just then, he raised a hand. The first time Arthur had seen him take any visible action to cast. That alone deeply worried him. Instead of attacking, Arthur was suddenly whisked away into the demon lord's memories. Arthur found himself floating high above a peaceful small farmhouse. Below, he saw the demon lord, looking completely normal and about the same age as the version he had just met. No evil aura, no dark power, just a man. Beside him stood a beautiful fox girl, maybe in her 30s, with pointy fox ears and a fluffy tail. Running around in the garden was a little fox girl, laughing and yelling, playing for their attention. The scene shifted. Arthur was still floating above the same farmhouse, but now it was ruined and on fire. In the garden, knights from two different nations were fighting each other in brutal combat. Arthur's vision shifted again. "Where am I now?" he asked himself. "Is he showing me his memories?" This time he was inside a grand castle throne room with marble pillars inlaid with silver and gold. An old king sat upon his throne, while the demon lord knelt before him. "My king," the demon lord exclaimed, "my house was attacked while I was out on the front line, fighting for your majesty." He looked up desperately. "Let us not call for peace. We can win and kill them all." A small group cheered, but it was only a few out of the 20 or so nobles present. Another noble stepped forward. "If I may, your highness, our records show that he had married a beast folk, even had a child with her." The whole group broke into quiet, uneasy chatter. "Silence," the king commanded, holding up his hand. He looked down at the demon lord with regret. "I'm sorry, but the kingdom cannot risk prolonged war over some beast folk." The king's voice grew stern. "The treaty will be signed. The prisoners will be returned. They are nobles. We must uphold our end." "But my king," the demon lord began. The king cut him off with a raised hand. "I will hear no more of this." Arthur's vision warped again. He now stood in the throne room, watching as the demon lord was surrounded by the kingdom's knights, swords outstretched, while the king stood in front of his throne yelling, "End this now. I demand it, as your king." The demon lord laughed, shouting, "Who can stop me?" He raised his hands. Arthur's vision warped one last time. The whole kingdom was on fire, burning to the ground. The demon lord stood on a cliff, looking down over the city. Behind him was his army, goblins, orcs, beastfolk, dwarves, and a few scattered elves. Humans. The demon lord's voice roared directly in Arthur's head. All of demi-human kind was looked down upon. Not allowed to live in human cities. Couldn't work meaningful jobs. Service was all that was allowed. They weren't slaves, but they might as well have been. So they joined me. The voice paused. The scene of fire and war burned below them. At some point, I realized I can't bring them back. I've tried many times. Bored of the weak beings. There was no fight left. Does God concern himself with the ants? I can end it all at my leisure. Arthur suddenly found himself back in the ruined throne room. Evidence of his struggle lay scattered about the destroyed room. This is bad, he thought. I need to find a way out before I die here. He looked around urgently for the demon lord. The demon lord's voice boomed throughout the decayed hall, echoing off broken walls. "So what say you? Will you join me?" His voice booms. "Together, we can mold this world, shape it to our liking." Arthur's reply was stern and unwavering. "From my point of view, it doesn't look like you need my help." The demon lord laughed. "True, but I sensed your arrival. You and I share the same destiny. We are but gods." Arthur shook his head, voice hardening. "I think you become so powerful and lived for so long that you've lost your humanity. We are not the same. How is killing for 1,000 years shaping the world and making it better?" More determined now, Arthur recast his golden shield and prepared to warp, seeing it as his last option. The demon lord's voice cut in again, this time focused directly at him. "Who said anything about making it better? Better for who? For them." His booming voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Can you stop me?" Arthur muttered under his breath. "Not yet." Not wanting to stick around any longer, he shouted, "Warp!" He pictured the distant mountains he had seen earlier, anything to create distance. But just as the spell began to take hold, it shattered. So soon, the demon lord's voice came from directly behind him. Arthur spun around mid-motion, conjuring a translucent blue sword in his hand. He landed a direct, powerful blow into the demon lord's shoulder. The blade struck true, but the demon lord didn't flinch. He didn't even shudder. There was no sign the strike had done anything at all. Arthur, now in full panic, jumped back and shouted, "Barrier!" A transparent blue force field snapped into existence around the demon lord. Deciding to try the same scaled bore trick that had worked before, Arthur poured fire magic into the enclosed space. Intense flames roared to life inside the barrier, turning it into a blazing furnace. Through the roaring fire and the shimmering blue wall, Arthur could vaguely make out the demon lord's figure slowly raising a hand. In an instant, Arthur was violently flung from side to side. He smashed into the walls on either side of the room repeatedly, bones breaking with sickening cracks. Blood sprayed across the ruined stone. By the time the assault stopped, he was barely recognizable, a broken, bleeding mess on the floor. The demon lord slowly walked out of the flames and straight through the blue barrier as if it didn't exist. He stopped right in front of Arthur, looking down at the crumpled form. "You will see," he said quietly. Arthur, barely conscious and unable to reply, could only gasp weakly. The demon lord continued, his voice almost gentle. "In time you will see that humans don't change. Death is but an end to suffering. It's what comes between death that fear can grow. You will see." With a casual wave of his hand, he sent Arthur away. Back in the village, Arthur suddenly reappeared in a narrow alleyway, alive but in terrible condition, broken bones, deep wounds, and blood pooling beneath him. Through blurred vision, he spotted 2 silver griffin knights at the end of the alley, just before everything went black. Valor walked up to Sora with a measured pace. She had stayed at the guild hall, quietly helping tend to the injured villagers, knowing there was little she could do to find Arthur. "Sora," he said, his voice calm but serious. She turned, still holding a cloth stained with blood, from helping bandage a villager. "We found your friend," Valor continued. "He is badly wounded." Sora's eyes widened. Without another word, she dropped what she was doing and ran toward the direction Valor indicated. She rounded the corner, just as 2 silver griffin knights came into view, carefully carrying Arthur on a makeshift stretcher. He was unconscious, covered in blood, with multiple broken bones and deep wounds visible even from a distance. "Arthur!" Sora gasped, rushing to his side. Valor called over one of the other mages. "Mage Pike, attend to her friend Arthur." Pike, a younger mage with sharp features, nodded and immediately pulled out a powerful healing tome. He channeled mana into it and began casting. A soft white light enveloped Arthur's body. After a minute, Pike looked up with clear worry on his face. He glanced between Valor and Sora. "His injuries are too severe for me to fully heal here," Pike said gravely. "There aren't enough mages currently in the village for something this bad. He'll need to be taken to the capital for a full recovery spell at the royal temple." Sora stared down at Arthur's unconscious form, her expression a mix of concern and helplessness. Sora stood silently for a long moment, looking down at Arthur's unconscious, badly injured form. She had little choice. His condition was critical, and the village simply didn't have the magical resources to save him. "I'll go with him," she said quietly. Valor nodded. "Wise decision. We'll escort you both back to Etherport." The scene shifted to the outskirts of the village. Arthur was carefully loaded into a horse-pulled covered wagon already stocked with supplies for the long journey back to the capital. Sora climbed in beside him, sitting on a bench next to the makeshift bed they had prepared. 2 silver griffin knights rode on either side of the wagon for protection, while the mages followed a short distance behind. The wagon began its slow, steady journey south across the plains. Midway through the trip, Sora sat beside Arthur in the gently rocking wagon, carefully changing the bandages on his worst wounds and using what little healing magic she could safely channel to keep him stable. The capital was still many days away. She looked down at his pale, unconscious face, her expression a mixture of worry and quiet resolve. "Please be okay," she thought. "You saved me back there. I don't even know who or what you really are, but you didn't hesitate." She gently brushed a strand of hair from his forehead. At the same time, a heavier thought weighed on her mind. "When you wake up, things are going to get a lot harder for you. The king will want answers. The mages will want to study you. Everyone will be watching." Sora sighed softly, looking out the small opening in the wagon cover at the passing planes. She didn't know what the future held for this strange, impossibly powerful man from another world. But for now, all she could do was keep him alive until they reached the capital. 3 days had passed since they arrived in the bustling capital city of Etherport. The city was alive with energy. The streets near the heart of the town were lined with shops catering to adventurers, armorers hammering out new plates and chainmail, potion brewers with colorful vials glowing in their windows, and merchants buying and selling rare materials, monster parts, and enchanted weapons. The air carried the constant sounds of haggling, laughter, and the clank of armor as parties came and went. In the middle of this lively district stood the Adventurers Guild Hall, a large, sturdy 2-story brick building that served as the central hub for quests, contracts, and guild business. Inside, the main hall was constantly busy. Adventurers of all kinds milled about, checking job boards covered in posted requests, turning in completed tasks at the long counter, or gathering in groups to plan their next expedition. Guild employees moved efficiently between the crowds, updating notices and handling paperwork. Upstairs, in a quiet room at the back of the building, Arthur lay on a simple but clean bed. His body looked perfectly healed on the outside, thanks to the powerful magic used on him, but he still had not woken up. Sora sat beside the bed, her head resting on her arms after another long day of watching over him. She looked exhausted but refused to leave his side for long. Flashback, their arrival in Etherport. The moment the covered wagon rolled through the city gates, Valor had sent a rider ahead. When they reached the Mages Guild, a tall, slender circular brick tower that rose high into the sky like a beacon, 3 senior mages were already waiting at the main entrance. Arthur was immediately moved onto a prepared cot. The mages worked without delay, casting powerful healing tomes one after another until he was out of immediate danger. Sora stayed close the entire time, watching anxiously. Now, 3 days later, all they could do was wait for him to wake up. Sora sat quietly beside the bed, watching Arthur as he lay there still, wearing his traveler's cloak. The past few days had given her time to think, perhaps too much time. She found herself admiring this strange man more than she wanted to admit. The brutal efficiency with which he had handled the orcs, the clever way he had gotten them both across the goblin plains, and his quick intelligence in dealing with the horde by summoning that mysterious rain. And then there was his magic, the way he wielded it so freely, without tomes or visible effort. It was terrifying and strangely captivating. Suddenly, Arthur jolted upright in bed with a gasp. In the same panic motion, he instinctively cast a barrier around himself. The translucent blue wall flared into existence, shoving Sora backward a few steps. Arthur's eyes darted around the room wildly, still half caught in the nightmare of the ruined throne room. When his gaze finally landed on Sora, the tension in his face eased. He immediately dropped the barrier. "I'm sorry," he said, voice rough. He looked around at the unfamiliar room, the wooden beams, the simple furnishings, the light coming through the window. "Where are we?" he asked Sora. Sora sat on the edge of the bed, her voice soft but filled with awe as she caught Arthur up on everything that had happened after he disappeared. "The light you made had shot straight into the sky. Then dark clouds formed, and there was this quick yellow flash. The sky exploded in yellow light, and then the rain started. It burned the goblins like invisible flames. They were screaming, clawing at themselves, and then they all just fled." She described it all in such vivid, almost reverent detail. The golem, the way Arthur had handled the orcs, the rain that drove back the horde. To her, it sounded like the deeds of a legend. Arthur listened, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. "It really wasn't like that," he tried to explain. "It all just kind of happened." But Sora wouldn't accept it. She shook her head, eyes bright. "You don't understand how that looked to everyone else." Arthur sighed and decided it was time to tell her the rest. He recounted everything that had happened after he teleported away. The ruined throne room, the demon lord, the visions of the past he had been shown, the peaceful farmhouse with the fox girl and their child, the betrayal by the kingdom, the war, the fire, the demon lord's offer to join him. Recalling the battle itself was the hardest part. Arthur's voice grew quieter as he described being thrown around like a rag doll, the overwhelming power of the demon lord, and how close he had come to dying. Even though his body was healed, the trauma still gripped him. His hands trembled slightly as he spoke. Sora listened in stunned silence, her expression shifting from awe to deep concern. When Arthur finally finished, the room fell quiet except for the distant sounds of the guild hall below. Sora's eyes widened as Arthur finished recounting everything: the demon lord, the visions, the brutal fight, and how close he had come to death. Without a word, she rushed forward and threw her arms around him in a tight, sudden hug. Arthur stiffened for a moment in surprise, then slowly relaxed, letting her hold him. Her silver-white hair brushed against his shoulder, and he could feel her trembling slightly. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The distant sounds of the busy guild hall below felt far away. Sora finally pulled back, just enough to look at him, her voice soft and unsteady. "I'm glad you're okay." Arthur glanced down at himself, then at Sora, who was still wearing his traveler's cloak draped over her shoulders. He gestured awkwardly at his leggings. "I didn't know how comfortable you would be with strangers." Sora's cheeks flushed slightly, but she kept her voice steady. "So I was the one to undress and change you. They needed cleaning and mending," she insisted. Arthur rubbed the back of his neck, clearly embarrassed. "That doesn't help." Sora quickly stood up, slipped off the cloak, and handed it back to him. "I'll meet you downstairs," she said, turning toward the door with a small, flustered smile. Arthur met Sora downstairs, in the bustling main hall of the Adventurers Guild. The noise of conversations, clinking tankards, and the shuffling of papers filled the air. "We need a way to make some money," Arthur said, looking around at the job boards. He paused, then added with a sheepish smile, "I don't even know how money works here." Sora gave him a small, reassuring nod. "I'll teach you. I bet you'll learn quickly," she stated matter-of-factly. She led him toward the main registration desk. The receptionist, a friendly middle-aged woman, smiled as they approached. "New adventurers? Wonderful. I'll just need some basic information, name, age, and primary skills." Arthur went first. Age 20, ice and barrier magic. He deliberately kept it to just 2 skills, wanted to stay as low profile as possible. When asked for a house name, he hesitated only a second before answering. "It's only Arthur. I'm from a village far to the east." Sora followed right after, keeping her answers similarly brief. Age 20, lightning and minor healing. She also declined to give a house name, simply saying, "It's not important." The receptionist noted everything down without pressing further and moving them both onto the next step. Sora glanced sideways at Arthur as they stepped away from the desk. She hadn't told him everything about her own past yet. He'll find out eventually, she thought to herself. I'll tell him when I need to. They were led into a smaller side room for the next step of registration. The space was dimly lit, with various magical testing tools arranged neatly on shelves and pedestals. Arthur's eyes immediately landed on a clear crystal ball resting on an ornate pedestal in the center of the room. "What's this?" he asked. Sora walked up to it casually. "It's a device that measures a person's mana level." She placed her hand on the ball without hesitation. A brilliant blue light, with hints of white scattered throughout, filled the room, glowing steadily. "I have more mana than the average mage," she told him. "That's why I can't control my mana output for anything other than small spells. It's very rare." Arthur stared at the glowing orb, a familiar trope flashing through his mind. In every story he'd ever read or played, the protagonist always broke the testing device or caused it to explode dramatically. "There's got to be a way to pull my mana so the crystal ball doesn't blow up or break," he thought. He hesitated, hand hovering just above the smooth surface. Arthur focused hard, trying to contain his mana as much as possible. What he didn't realize was that he was also unconsciously pulling in the ambient mana from the air around him. He touched the sphere. The crystal ball instantly began to crack. Bright white light poured out from the fractures, growing blindingly intense. Sora and the receptionist both cried out, forced to cover their eyes. Arthur sensed the danger immediately. He jumped back and threw up a barrier around the crystal ball, just in time. Inside the barrier, the crystal erupted with the power of a miniature nuclear explosion, a violent burst of raw mana that shook the room. Arthur strained, teeth gritted, holding the barrier with everything he had. Think, Arthur, think. A second later, the light vanished completely. Sora and the receptionist slowly lowered their hands, blinking. "I think it broke," Arthur said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. The receptionist looked around the room in confusion. "Well, where is it?" Arthur shrugged, trying to look innocent. "It must have disintegrated." The receptionist stared at him in shock. "I've never seen anything like that." Arthur, just wanting to leave at this point, shrugged again. "Must have been defective." Sora said nothing, but the look she gave him made it clear she wasn't buying it for a second. After a long, awkward pause, the receptionist finally relented. "Follow me. We'll get your guild cards ready." Meanwhile, edge of Etherport on the northern edge of the city, looking out toward the Goblin Plains. A few guards and citizens stared in stunned silence. A giant mushroom cloud, bright and unnatural, was rising slowly in the far distance. The sight was so awe-striking and completely foreign to the people of Eldoria that many simply stood frozen, mouths open, unsure what they were even looking at. Arthur and Sora spent the rest of the day together exploring the bustling streets of the capital. They wandered through the Adventure District, stopping at various shops. Armorers displayed gleaming plate sets and enchanted weapons. Potion brewers had colorful vials glowing in their windows. Material merchants sold everything from monster hides to rare herbs. At one point, Arthur needed to sell some of the materials he had gathered. Sora watched as he casually opened a small portal in the air, reached in, and pulled out mana crystals and other monster parts. Her eyes widened again. "At some point I need to stop being surprised by you," she said, half laughing, half exasperated. Arthur gave her a small grin. "You give me too much credit." They continued like this for hours, browsing, talking, and slowly getting used to each other's company. Sora showed him how currency worked, gold, silver, and copper coins, how to haggle, and pointed out useful items for beginners. Arthur, in turn, asked endless questions about the world, the guild system, and everyday life in Eldoria. By the time the twin moons rose high in the sky, they were both tired but in surprisingly good spirits. They returned to the guild hall, where rooms had been arranged for them. Arthur and Sora came downstairs the next morning and met in the busy main hall of the guild. The scent of fresh bread and stew from the attached tavern filled the air as adventurers prepared for the day. They had barely taken a few steps when a uniformed castle messenger approached them, bowing politely. "Sir Arthur and Lady Sora?" he asked. When they confirmed, the messenger handed Arthur a sealed letter bearing the royal crest of Eldoria. Arthur thanked him and opened the letter. Sora leaned in slightly, already suspecting what it contained. The message was written in elegant script. To Arthur and Sora, "You are requested to report to Castle Etherian at your earliest convenience for an audience with His Majesty King Arion Voss and Her Majesty Queen Seraphine. May the light of Eldoria guide you." Arthur folded the letter and looked at Sora. "Sounds more like an order than a request," he noted. Sora nodded, her expression a mix of nervousness and resignation. "It's polite, but it holds authority." The weight of the summons settled over them. The king and queen of Eldoria wanted to meet the man who had caused a summoning light, driven back a goblin horde with mysterious rain, and arrived with powers unlike anything seen in this world. Arthur folded the letter neatly and slipped it into his cloak. His expression remained calm, but Sora could see the careful calculation behind his eyes. He had no intention of revealing anything he didn't have to. As far as the kingdom knew right now, there was no concrete proof connecting him to the summoning light, the rain, or the strange events in the north. Only Sora knew the full truth, and she had kept quiet. Sora watched him closely, a quiet question forming in her mind. How is Arthur going to handle this one? She knew he was cautious. He wanted to stay low-key. But a royal summons from the king and queen of Eldoria wasn't something you could easily dodge. Arthur looked at her, reading the concern on her face. "We'll go," he said simply. "But I'll decide what I say when we get there." Sora nodded slowly, though the worry in her eyes didn't fully fade. The two of them finished their quick breakfast in the guild tavern, then stepped out into the busy streets of Etherport. The castle loomed on its lonely hill in the distance, a constant, imposing reminder of where they were heading. They stood before the towering gates of Castle Etherian. The white stone walls and dark spires rose high above them, banners of Eldoria fluttering in the wind. Guards in polished silver-blue armor stood at attention. Sora glanced sideways at Arthur. She thought he had some kind of master plan, the same calm confidence he had shown when dealing with the orcs and the goblins. In reality, Arthur was freaking out on the inside. He had no real idea what to do or what was going to happen once they stepped inside. Sora had her own heavy concerns weighing on her. She was the niece of the king. Her father was the king's younger brother, making her the daughter of a baron. Arthur still had no clue about her noble blood. She worried what he would think when he eventually found out. Would he look at her differently? Would he feel betrayed that she hadn't told him? She took a quiet breath, trying to steady herself. The gates slowly opened, A royal attendant stepped forward to greet them. His Majesty and Her Majesty are expecting you. Please follow me. As they followed the royal attendant through the grand hall, Arthur turned to Sora and asked quietly, "Why don't I see any beast folk, elves, or dwarves in the city?" Sora replied simply, keeping her voice low, "They're not allowed. After joining the demon lord, they were shunned. It's said that even slavers killed off all their demi-human slaves in retaliation." Arthur paused, clearly troubled. "Slaves?" He looked carefully at Sora. "It was a long time ago," she replied, avoiding his gaze for a moment. "The elves stayed mostly neutral, but they don't tend to like people, so you won't see them much." They finally reached the two large, ornate doors leading into the king's throne room. Sora's heart beat faster. She knew that both her and Arthur's future hung on this meeting. Anything connected to the summoning light and the demon lord was never looked upon with fondness. The demon lord had been a plague on this world throughout history. The doors swung open. Arthur and Sora walked through the large ornate doors into the throne room. The space was grand but intimate, not many people present. King Arion Voss and Queen Seraphine Voss sat upon their thrones, regal and composed. Standing to one side of the king was Captain Run of the Order of the Silver Griffins, tall, armored, and disciplined. On the other side stood a man with a noble, authoritative presence, Baron Ron Voss. Arthur and Sora came to a stop a respectful distance in front of the four. Sora spoke first, her voice steady but respectful. "Hello, father," she said, looking at Baron Ron Voss. Turning to the king and queen, she continued, "Hello, Uncle Arion, Aunt Seraphine. I hope you have all been doing well." Captain Rin stepped forward to introduce himself, followed by Baron Ron Voss. Arthur slowly turned his head towards Sora, mouth slightly open in shock. "Your last name is Voss?" he asked quietly. Everything he had wanted to keep hidden suddenly felt far more exposed. He had revealed it all to the niece of the king and the daughter of a great baron. Arthur thought to himself, "Was I set up?" Sora quickly leaned toward Arthur and whispered urgently, "It's not what you think it is. I'll explain later." Arthur relaxed just a bit, though the tension in his shoulders didn't fully disappear. He took a steadying breath and prepared himself as best he could. The meeting had begun. King Arion Voss leaned forward slightly on his throne, his gaze sharp but not unkind as he studied both of them. "We have many questions about the events in the north," the king began, his voice carrying through the hall. "The summoning light, the rain that drove back the goblin horde, and you, Arthur, a man from another world, it seems." Queen Seraphine watched them both with quiet curiosity, while Baron Ron Voss and Captain Rin stood attentively at their sides. The royal family waited for Arthur's response. The king, having studied Arthur's hesitation, spoke up with a calm but authoritative voice. "Relax, boy. My niece refused to leave your side the entire time you were unconscious. I trust her judgment." He paused, waiting for Arthur to respond. Well, Arthur thought, this is as good a time as any to get some questions answered. Arthur, drawing on what Sora had told him earlier, knew there were parts of the story he wouldn't be able to deny. The knights and mages had seen them coming from the direction of the glowing forest across the Goblin Plains. "I don't know anything about being summoned," Arthur explained calmly. "I am from another world. I didn't see any summoning light. I really just woke up here." He continued, keeping his tone even. "If the summoning light was supposed to bring someone all-powerful, well, I don't think that's me." As for the village incident, that was trickier. Sora had told him it was supposedly impossible to overload a mana stone, that excess mana would simply dissipate harmlessly. "I ran ahead of Sora to help out," Arthur continued. "I was quickly overwhelmed while fighting." He deliberately left out who, or what, he had been fighting, deciding to keep some cards close to his chest. "There must have been something wrong with the stone," Arthur insisted. "After all, a lot of strange things have been happening. How is this one any different?" The king looked down at him, not openly contesting the story, but clearly unconvinced. "Very well," King Arion Voss replied. "If you are the summoned one, we cannot have you just running around. Swear allegiance to me and this kingdom. It will help set our minds at ease." Arthur considered for a moment before speaking. "I have no reason not to, Your Majesty." May I have some time to think it over? The king agreed. Arthur and Sora both turned to leave. Sora seemed a little upset. She had insisted they warn the kingdom about the demon lord, but Arthur, not seeing a safe way to reveal that without compromising himself, had held off on the idea for now. On their way out, Arthur spotted the receptionist from the guild hall, who had administered his test, rushing by, with a worried look on her face. Was she going to blow my cover? Arthur thought. This is getting difficult, he said to himself. Arthur and Sora spent the next few days in Etherport. Arthur took on some odd jobs around the city to earn money, helping with deliveries, clearing minor monster sightings on the outskirts, and selling materials he had gathered from the forest. Between that and the decent haul from his earlier adventures, he wasn't doing too badly. He met up with Sora at the guild hall one afternoon. He had been wanting to explore a dungeon, and Sora had admitted one day after he brought it up, "I'd like to see that." Is it me, or are there more people in the city now than when we first arrived? Arthur pondered as they walked. Is there a festival or something coming up? No, Sora replied, as they headed toward the city gates. Both of them noticed large groups of people pouring in. Some carried very little, while others had wagons or small horses laden with belongings. What's going on here? Arthur wondered aloud. I'll find out, Sora said. She approached one of the guards, using her family name to get information, then returned to Arthur. It seems a bunch of villages on the outskirts are being attacked, so the villagers are heading here for safety. Arthur and Sora looked on, deciding to put off the dungeon for now and stay to help or heal where they could. As the day progressed, more and more people flowed in through the checkpoint the knights had established at the gate. Finally, as the day drew down, so did the number of people traveling into the city for protection. Arthur and Sora returned to the guild hall for rest. They were provided rooms as long as they helped out in situations just like this. Arthur and Sora walked downstairs into the guild hall plaza, only to find it completely packed and buzzing with energy. Requests poured in from all the refugees, some looking for lost family members, others posting fetch quests for important items lost during the attacks. They headed out through the gates to help guide people. As they did, Arthur noticed something that made his stomach twist. Why aren't they being let in? He asked Sora, pointing to a group standing off to the side. About 20 demi-humans, mostly dwarves, with a couple of fox people mixed in, waited apart from the main flow of humans. To Arthur they looked mostly human, except for the fluffy fox ears and tails. Sora replied quietly, I told you. The demon lord is very real, and although only the creatures like goblins and orcs fight with him today, most people don't really see a difference between demons and demi-humans. I don't like this, Arthur said. Finally in a fantasy world, and all the fantasy people are banned. Sora looked at him like he was some strange creature she couldn't quite understand. As they continued helping guide people toward the city gates, Arthur noticed more demi-humans scattered here and there, also heading to the city. He saw they all walked off the trail to the side, separate from the humans. They have to know, Arthur thought, that they won't be let inside the walls for protection, the same protection everyone else is desperately seeking. The sight left a sour taste in his mouth. As midday started to pass, Arthur and Sora noticed the refugees in the distance suddenly beginning to run. Behind them, a large cloud of dust and smoke rose over the horizon. Oh my gods, Sora exclaimed, pointing. She turned to Arthur, urgency in her voice. Arthur, we need to help. Arthur didn't wait another moment. He shouted, Warp! The air around him shifted, and he vanished in an instant. Sora reached out a hand, yelling, No, Arthur, wait for me. But he was already gone. Sora stood there for a split second, exasperated. Not again! She started running as fast as she could to catch up, heading toward the disturbance on the horizon. Arthur warped in, his vision untwisting and coalescing into a single image. Before him was chaos, a mixed horde of kobolds, small, waist-high creatures, with mostly human forms and dog-like faces, if someone had shaved things bald. Mixed in with orcs and goblins. They wore ragged clothes and wielded crude weapons, axes, spears, and bows. Arthur froze. In front of the oncoming horde, a small group of human merchants had been caught. unable to run fast enough while trying to save their goods. They were desperately using a group of demi-humans as living shields, throwing them toward the monsters in hopes of slowing the horde down. The screams of the demi-humans and the snarling of the creatures filled the air. Arthur's blood boiled with fury at the sight. He jumped forward, acting on pure instinct. In one fluid motion, he shouted, "Lightning!" At the same time, he warped the entire group of merchants and demi-humans behind him, making sure to exclude their goods. The merchants tumbled from a greater height, landing hard, while the demi-humans were planted safely on the ground. The lightning tore through the horde in an instant, jumping from one creature to the next. Hundreds of kobolds, orcs, and goblins were cooked from the inside, their bodies convulsing and falling in smoking heaps. Arthur turned, gathered the shaken group, and looked back at the dead. There was nothing more he could do for them. He shouted once more, "Warp!" In a flash, he teleported everyone, including the merchants, back to the safety of the city walls. Sora continued running as fast as she could in the direction she had last seen Arthur teleport. Her heart pounded with worry. She had no idea what he had rushed into, but she knew his power could be as dangerous to himself as it was to his enemies. She pushed harder, staff in hand, determined to catch up. Arthur stood near the city wall, still seething with anger as he confronted one of the guards. "What do you mean you're not going to arrest them?" he demanded. "I told you what they did." The guard shrugged, looking indifferent. "Sorry. They said they didn't, and besides, they're demi-humans. If the monsters reach the wall, they're all probably going to die anyways. They're outside the wall after all." The guard turned and walked away, clearly done with the conversation. Arthur stood there, fists clenched, the injustice burning in his chest. Arthur, still furious and frustrated, rushed back inside the city to the guild hall to report what he had seen. He found a senior guild officer and quickly explained the situation. The merchants using demi-humans as living shields, the massive mixed horde of monsters heading toward the city, and the urgent need for help. The officer listened, but his response was much the same as the guards. "We'll look into it," he said dismissively. "But demi-humans aren't exactly our priority right now. We have our hands full with the human refugees." Arthur pressed, emphasizing the size of the approaching horde. The officer sighed. "We've already sent word to the castle. The knights will handle it. Just focus on helping where you can inside the walls." Arthur walked away from the counter, jaw tight. The indifference, the casual prejudice, left a bitter taste in his mouth. Arthur turned away from the guild hall, his decision made. If the city won't protect them, I will. He headed straight back toward the gates. As he approached, he could hear the guards shouting orders. "Close the gates." The massive wooden and iron gates began to swing shut. Arthur broke into a run, slipping through just before they closed completely. One of the guards tried to stop him, grabbing his arm. "Where are you going? Didn't you hear us? We're closing the gates. The horde is on its way." Arthur pulled free and kept moving. "I know," he replied firmly, stepping out beyond the walls. Sora finally reached the area where Arthur had teleported to earlier. The scene before her was one of carnage. Bodies of kobolds, orcs, and goblins lay scattered across the ground. Broken wagons and belongings were strewn about. The demi-humans and merchants Arthur had saved were gone. He must have teleported them to safety. But Arthur himself was nowhere to be found. "Where is he?" Sora whispered, looking around frantically. Then she saw it. Over the ridge ahead, a fresh wave of the horde appeared, kobolds, orcs, and goblins pouring forward in a snarling mass. Sora gripped her staff tightly, pulling a lightning tome from her pouch. "I really messed up," she thought to herself. She knew she couldn't outrun them. For now, she had to hold them off until Arthur could make it back to her. She raised her staff, readying the tome as the first wave charged toward her. Sora tossed the tome out in front of her. Unlike Arthur's controlled magic, Sora's lightning strike was chaotic and unpredictable. A wild bolt crashed down, striking multiple creatures charging at her and stopping them where they stood. The electricity arced out to nearby goblins, kobolds, and orcs, striking them as well, but its reach was far less than Arthur's spell, only taking out 5 or 6 at a time. An orc managed to break through the chaos, running up to Sora and kicking her hard in the chest. The blow sent her flying back several feet. She landed hard, spitting up blood, but quickly forced herself back to her feet. She reached for another spell tome. This time she threw a healing tome in front of her, managing to cast heal on herself, just before a kobold rushed up and took a swing. She blocked the crude weapon with her staff, and jammed the bottom end into its mouth, killing it. She jumped back, grabbed another lightning tome, and threw it into the air. Arthur stood just outside the city gates, looking at the group of demi-humans huddled against the outside wall of the castle. They were clearly terrified, having sought the protection of the human wall even though they knew it would provide none. The weight of their situation was heavy in the air. As Arthur looked out onto the horizon, rising dust and smoke could be seen as the horde of creatures drew ever closer, slowly but steadily. "Where is Sora?" Arthur asked himself. She should have been back by now. He had wrongly assumed that Sora would have turned and headed back to the castle wall. There had been plenty of time for her to make it back safely. It was at this moment that Arthur started to realize his mistake. What if she didn't run back to the wall? What if she tried chasing me down? The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Sora had followed him everywhere, thinking he was some great mage. Arthur turned to the demi-humans, his voice firm and reassuring. "I'm going to do everything I can to keep you safe. Stay right here up against the wall." He doubled down on the reassurance. "I will be back before the horde reaches the wall." Then, without another second of delay, Arthur teleported away to look for Sora. Sora was desperately fighting for her life in the chaos. She had used all of her spell tomes by now, the evidence of which lay scattered around her. Kobolds, orcs, and goblins lay fried to a crisp, high-voltage currents still crackling faintly across some of the bodies. She had been forced into hand-to-hand combat, using her staff as a weapon, blocking kobold strikes, stabbing goblins where she could, and ducking out of the way of the orcs' heavier blows. Sora was in serious trouble. 2 arrows protruded from the side of her thigh, and the monsters surrounded her on all sides. This was it, and Sora knew it. She had one trick left, a high-powered lightning spell tome she had been saving, but afraid to use because it would almost certainly strike her too. She pulled the tome out, threw it into the air, and prepared to infuse it with magic. Just then, a kobold dagger pierced Sora in the abdomen. She faltered, dropping to one knee, unable to cast the spell. At that exact moment, Arthur warped in, standing on a magical platform he had created in the air above the fray. Sora looked up and saw him. "Arthur!" A guttural scream of desperation. Arthur spotted Sora on one knee, a hand held over the wound from the kobold, the other reaching desperately toward him floating in the air, screaming his name. He lost it, completely lost it. He would later explain this moment in the future as one big haze. Arthur raised a hand as an orc moved in for the killing blow. He simply spoke, "Begone." The 2 closest orcs to Sora exploded in a burst of raw power. Arthur warped down instantly, conjuring a magical blue sword made of dark, blue mana, and jamming it into a kobold as he materialized right next to Sora. The sword dissipated. He raised a hand, and stone spikes shot from the ground in a full 360 degrees around them, forcing the horde back. Arthur turned his full attention to Sora. The 2 arrows were warped from her thigh. He held a hand over her and cast healing and restore. She was in bad shape, Arthur thought to himself, but she was alive and conscious. The horde was relentless, slowly smashing through the earthen spikes he had conjured. "I'm sorry," Arthur said, looking down at her. "I shouldn't have left you. Let's get you somewhere safe." He bent down and picked her up. The second she was in his arms, Sora broke down, tears streaming as she sobbed into his shoulder. "Thank you, Arthur, thank you." Arthur warped them both away, straight to the safety of the city gate. Arthur materialized back at the gate, still holding Sora in his arms. In front of him, the castle wall was manned with guards unleashing arrows down onto the horde. Kobolds, goblins, orcs, and creatures Arthur couldn't even describe were trying to smash through the wall with little success. The battlefield was chaotic and loud. As Arthur looked about, he noticed several bodies of demi-humans strewn across the battlefield. He spotted a small group of about 15 to 20 still alive, trying to outrun a pack of goblins. The goblins, however, were gaining momentum on the demi-humans. Arthur shouted, "Barrier!" A translucent blue barrier appeared around the group, protecting them. He warped Sora and himself into the barrier with the demi-humans. Arthur gently set Sora down with the group, then turned to observe the chaos. Orcs and kobolds smashed against his shield. The soldiers on the wall fought to protect the people inside, but refused to protect the ones outside. "Why can't I protect anyone?" Arthur exclaimed, voice cracking with frustration and anger. "Arthur!" Sora paused, not sure what to say. "That's not true, Arthur." She tried to reassure him, but Arthur didn't hear her. He could see his broken promises lying lifeless on the battlefield through the shimmering barrier currently protecting Sora and the small group of demi-humans. As the siege raged on and the monsters continued to bang relentlessly against Arthur's barrier, something shifted. The world went dark, like stepping outside on a bright moonlit night. Stars appeared in the sky, dazzling and sparkling in patterns Sora had never seen before. Then she realized she wasn't looking at stars in a night sky. Arthur had released his aura. For a moment, it felt as if the entire kingdom, Sora, the demi-humans, the soldiers on the wall, and everyone inside the city, was suddenly standing inside Arthur's domain. The battlefield went completely still and silent. Arthur warped himself onto a magical platform high in the air above the castle wall, leaving the protective barrier around Sora and the small group of demi-humans. Soldiers would later speak in hushed tones of the strange, mysterious dark figure floating high in the sky. Arthur looked down at the battlefield. In an instant, all the creatures along the wall, those trying to break through or climb over, vaporized, turning to dust on the wind. The battlefield, which had been loud and chaotic only moments before, fell into an eerie, absolute silence. Then the land itself began to split. Arthur created a huge ridge all along the wall, a massive earthen barrier rising from the ground and separating the castle from the rest of the charging horde, cutting them off from reaching the walls. Far away, in the decayed remnants of his ancient castle, the demon lord sat upon his broken throne. The sky above was dark and churning, as it always was in this forsaken place. Before him floated a magical window, a shimmering pane of dark energy, through which he watched the events unfolding at Etherport. He observed Arthur swooping in to save Sora, the raw anger at being unable to protect the demi-humans, and the moment Arthur released his aura, darkening the sky and warping himself high into the air on a magical platform. The demon lord leaned forward, a wide, amused smile spreading across his face. "You'll see, Arthur," he said to himself, voice low and laced with dark delight. This world was not made for gods like us to live among them. He watched the massive ridge rise and the horde being cut off, his red eyes gleaming. "I have high hopes for you, young Arthur." One night, after a long day of fetch quests from the guild board, Arthur and Sora sat in the upstairs room provided by the guild, talking quietly. Sora stared at Arthur. He was adjusting well, she thought to herself. As if out of nowhere, Arthur spoke up. "Do me a favor," he said. "If it ever looks like I'm going to lose myself, keep me grounded. I don't want to think of myself as a god." He looked up at Sora. "Or the next demon lord," he added. Sora understood what Arthur meant. The demon lord had become so powerful that he saw himself as more than human, separate and above everyone else. Arthur had explained it to her as the demon lord having no connection or value for life anymore. Sora stood inside the barrier Arthur had left around her and the small group of demi-humans. She looked up at him, a darkened silhouette floating high in the sky on his magical platform, aura blazing. "Arthur," she said, voice filled with worry. Without another thought, Sora rushed from the protection of the barrier. She ran toward the gate, demanding the guards open it, announcing her name with all the authority she could muster. The gates cracked open just enough for her to slip through. Arthur stood on his platform high above the kingdom, his aura still all-encompassing and darkening the sky. He looked down at the creatures below, his eyes glowing with blue energy. The horde stretched out for miles, feverishly pounding, scratching, and gnawing at the wall. For the first time, Arthur had lost all control. His anger completely overrode his fear. Without speaking, without even looking away from the horde, he opened a portal next to him and reached his arm inside. He pulled out a round crystal ball. He had connected the portal to the guild hall's magical tool room. Arthur poured his magic into the crystal ball. As soon as it started to crack, he teleported it down into the heart of the horde. A massive mushroom cloud erupted, visible even from the castle. Arthur repeated the process, grabbing another crystal ball, fusing it with overwhelming magic, and teleporting it into the horde. He did this again and again, running through about 10 crystals. The battlefield was in complete disarray. More than half the goblins, orcs, and kobolds had perished. The rest were desperately attempting to flee. Arthur still didn't pause. He lifted an arm into the air. Lightning bolts began rapidly striking from the sky, powerful enough to turn the ground below into glass. Finally, still floating on his platform above the battlefield, Arthur reached down with his hand. With a simple flipping motion, he heaved the ground beneath the creature's feet upward. Massive boulders erupted, burying the remaining monsters. Sora, having slipped back through the gate, ran up to the nearest guard. "Where's Archmage Black?" she asked urgently. The guard pointed along the top of the wall, facing out toward the battlefield. "Great." Sora nodded and headed for the stairs leading up to the battlements. As she climbed the spiral staircase, a gigantic boom shook the walls, and the ground trembled. Sora braced herself, then pushed onward. Another boom. The walls shook again. "I'm coming, Arthur. Just hold on." Sora rounded the corner at the top of the wall, just as another massive explosion went off. The sonic boom pushed her back a step. She looked out into the distance and saw the floating silhouette of Arthur, dark against the background, with numerous mushroom clouds rising on the other side of the massive earth wall he had erected. "Archmage Black!" Sora yelled, looking around desperately. He had been around long enough to remember her when she was little. A guard pointed. "He's over there." Archmage Black stood at the edge of the wall, looking out at the chaos. Sora could hear one of the guards next to Black quietly praying, "We are doomed." Sora ran up to Archmage Black, desperate. "Black, you have to help me," she exclaimed. He turned to her just as another large mushroom cloud erupted in the background, shaking the castle walls they stood upon. "What are you doing here?" Black asked. "Shouldn't you be back at the castle and shelter?" "Never mind that," Sora exclaimed. "I need your help." They both flinched as another sonic boom went off. Sora looked out and saw lightning raining down among the strange fiery explosions rising into the sky. "I insist," Archmage Black tried to tell her, but she cut him off. "I need you to teleport me to the man floating in the sky." Sora pointed to Arthur, who could still be seen floating in the distance, a dark silhouette against the sky, the entire kingdom enveloped in his aura. Sora looked desperate. Archmage Black looked at her, then back at the dark figure floating in the sky. "Do you know who that is?" he asked. Sora nodded. "Yes, but right now I need to get to him," she said. All right, Archmage Black said, holding his hands up in surrender. "I don't have the ability to do it on my own. We'll need a couple other mages to assist. Are you sure about this?" He looked back at the figure. "Once you're out there, we can't protect you." "I know," Sora said, looking out toward Arthur. "I know." The Demon Lord sat upon his broken throne, watching the events unfold through his magical window with great amusement. He had tried to provoke this reaction earlier by bringing Arthur to the very brink of death, but Arthur had held out, not the result he had expected. So he had sent in a massive horde of his agents instead. If Arthur's near-death experience didn't cause him to release his full power, maybe hurting the ones around him will accomplish that goal. The Demon Lord watched Arthur rampage through the horde, his red eyes gleaming with dark delight. "You're so close, Arthur," he murmured, leaning forward. "All this power, it corrupts." He smiled. "Let's see what you do when you run out of beasts to kill." King Arion Voss stood on the royal balcony, hands gripping the stone railing as he watched giant mushroom clouds rise in the distance over the northern plains. They matched the frantic reports the guild receptionist had delivered. Multiple citizens, and even some of his own guards, had witnessed the strange explosions. According to her, it had happened at the exact moment that boy, Arthur, supposedly overloaded a dysfunctional manosphere during his guild test. The king turned sharply to a nearby attendant. "Send someone to check the guild hall's magical tool room immediately. Report back at once." Not long after, the attendant returned with the news. All of the crystals used for detecting someone's mana output are gone, Your Majesty. The king's expression darkened as he stared out at the distant clouds once more. Arthur stood on his magical platform, looking down at the plains. The land was partially turned to glass, with uprooted masses of earth distributed throughout the battlefield. Right here, right now, I have the power to change the world, Arthur thought. I can shape it into something better. He paused. He had heard this kind of thinking before, but was it important? On the wall, Sora stood with Archmage Black, Mage Pike, and Mage Valor. Valor was yelling at both Sora and Archmage Black. "Have you both lost your minds?" he screamed. "There's no way I'm throwing a member of royalty out there. I knew you looked familiar when I saw you at the village." He looked directly at Sora. Mage Pike remained mostly indifferent while the argument continued. Arthur, still in a haze, only really knew one thing. There were still creatures below. He raised a hand high above him. Meteor. As if the heavens were parting, the dark sky created by Arthur's aura split open. An asteroid the size of a small island came into view, engulfed in flames. Then Arthur heard it, faintly at first. "Arthur!" Then louder. Arthur looked. He saw Sora in the sky above him, falling, screaming his name. "Arthur!" Sora continued screaming as she zipped by him. Arthur's eyes widened. "Sora," he whispered to himself. Before Arthur had fully snapped out of his haze, the massive meteor he had summoned began to dissipate, never reaching the ground. Arthur warped down, catching Sora mid-fall. He created another magical platform beneath them, so they could stand while he held her in his arms. "Arthur," Sora whispered, reaching up to hug him tightly. Just then, Arthur's aura dissipated. The dark sky with its strange new stars faded away, replaced by the normal daylight sun. As the earthen wall Arthur had created began to break down, the entire king's forces, standing upon the castle wall, were finally revealed to the utter chaos and devastation that had lain on the other side. "What if I didn't come out of it?" Arthur asked, looking at Sora. "You and I would have fallen." Sora replied softly. "I told you, if you get lost, I'll find you." She added, almost guiltily, "I'm sorry, Arthur. I had to get help to get out here. They're going to find out who you are now." Sora looked down, as if she knew she had disappointed him. Arthur just held her a little tighter and said quietly, "It's okay. I might have gone a little too far." Arthur warped himself and Sora back to the front gate. There, they found the soldiers had started milling down from the top of the wall and slowly coming out through the open gates. They watched in stunned silence as Arthur materialized in front of them, still holding Sora. He gently set her down beside him. Whether he was prepared for this or not, there was no getting out of it now, and they both knew it. Arthur and Sora began walking toward the gate. A messenger on horseback came riding up. "Sir Arthur, Lady Sora, your presence is required in front of the king." Following closely behind the messenger were 12 royal knights in full ceremonial armor. Sora looked over at Arthur and grabbed his hand. Together, they walked through the gates. The guards on either side stepped back, giving Arthur plenty of room. The city streets were eerily quiet as they made their way toward the castle, hand in hand. Arthur and Sora followed the messenger, with the 12 royal knights marching behind them in formation. They walked through the city streets as curious onlookers watched from windows and doorways. The city had finally quieted down after hours of the walls and the very ground shaking from the distant explosions. They reached the castle gates and entered. Arthur and Sora stepped into the throne room. King Arion Voss sat upon his throne alone. The only other people present were knights in full armor, hands resting on their weapons at the ready, standing on either side of the hall. Arthur and Sora continued walking forward and stopped a respectful distance in front of the king. The air was heavy with tension. Arthur and Sora stopped in front of the king. He looked down on them with a stern face. "The devastation out there is going to set this kingdom back years. The mage's preliminary reports say that a third of our farmland has turned to glass." He paused, letting it sink in. "That's just what we can see from the castle walls. And the craters." The king put a hand on his forehead in exasperation. "I spoke to the receptionist that administered your test. She explained to me what happened with the crystal ball, and the reports I got from the guards on the wall match what we've seen today." Sora looked over at Arthur in confusion. Arthur's response was a look of guilt and an "I'll tell you later" glance. I also spoke to Archmage Black. The king now looked directly at Sora. Turning back to Arthur, the king asked, "Everything points to you, Sir Arthur. Is there anything you'd like to add? Tell me, what happened out there?" Arthur thought about his answer for a moment. He still needed to be careful. "I believe the Demon Lord is behind this," Arthur said. The king instantly replied, "Explain." "No one has seen the Demon Lord in almost 200 years now." Arthur explained that when Sora first brought him here to be treated, the Demon Lord had teleported him away in an attempt to recruit him, saying they could shape the world as they saw fit. Arthur had turned him down, of course, and the Demon Lord had then brought him within an inch of his life. What Arthur didn't tell the king was that while he was hovering in the sky, he had, in that moment, understood the Demon Lord's position, felt his righteousness, no matter how wrong it may have been. "I'm not sure what his overall plan is," Arthur continued. "I really didn't see another way of dealing with a horde." Arthur, no matter the reason, did feel guilty about the destruction he had left behind, and it showed on his face. The king cut in. "On the contrary, Sir Arthur, you saved this great nation and rescued many of its people. The damage is substantial, yes, but I'm sure it's something the mages can handle in time." The king continued, "Now that we've truly established who you are, what do you say, Arthur? Will you swear loyalty and fealty to me and this nation?" The king looked down at them from his throne, awaiting an answer. "About that," Arthur said with a low voice. He looked over at Sora, then back at the king with a more determined look. "I must decline, King Arion Voss. This nation's treatment of the demi-people was shameful. They were left out there to die. I even found merchants using some as human shields." The king cut Arthur off. "Because of the demons, you say? I hold no hate for their kind, but they are demons." Arthur reaffirmed his answer and denied the king yet again. The king replied, almost in a joking tone, "I could force you to stay," phrasing the statement more as a question than a demand. The guards standing on either side of the room stepped forward nonetheless. Arthur thought back to the Demon Lord and his grand statement, "Who can stop me?" Arthur finally spoke up. History, it seemed, was repeating itself. The king looked at Arthur in confusion. "I'd like to try a different way," Arthur continued. "I don't know what the future will bring. I know where that phrase and that road lead. It's not a good one, so I'll say it again. I respectfully decline your offer, and I'd like to try something different." "Where will you go and what will you do?" the king asked. "Explore," said Arthur. "Travel the world. See what's out there." Arthur and Sora turned and headed out of the king's throne room, Arthur unsure of their next steps. Arthur and Sora sat at a quiet table in the guild hall, eating a simple meal and discussing their next plans. "So, do you think they'll make a move against us?" Arthur asked, a little concern in his voice. "Not with me with you," Sora replied. "I doubt it. Plus, they've seen what you can do." "Maybe," Arthur replied. "I'd rather not do that again." Then, more playfully, he asked, "So why aren't you a princess? Your father's older than the king." Sora smiled softly. "My father was never a very serious man. Being king sounded like very serious work." "I'd agree with that statement," Arthur replied with a chuckle. "We need to go pick up supplies yet," Arthur said, smiling at Sora. "Luckily, I can store whatever we need inside my magic storage space. We can head out in the morning." They finished eating and headed out from the guild to the market. They picked up smoked meat, grain, and other essentials. Arthur didn't grab any water. He could conjure it when they needed it, and that way he knew it would be clean. They stopped at the potion shop and grabbed some potions. Arthur also looked at weapons and armor, knowing he didn't really need any, but the idea still seemed really cool to him. Sora laughed, confirming he was weird. They finished up and headed back to the guild for the night. Tomorrow, their new journey would start. Arthur woke up in the middle of the night and found Sora lying on the bed sleeping next to him. He thought about moving for a minute, but he was too tired. He laid back down and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Arthur and Sora gathered their things into their spatial storage. Sora looked at Arthur with a hint of jealousy. She couldn't fit nearly as much as he could into her spatial ring. They both walked downstairs side by side, not knowing when they would be back to this city. Arthur and Sora paused at the exit to the city gate. They looked at each other, then back at the city, and continued out through the gate onto the old battlefield that Arthur had completely eviscerated just a few days ago, turning most of the farmland to glass and leaving cratered potholes. It was about half a day's travel before they finally left the scarred lands behind and entered the open plains. If they walked north long enough, a few months' journey, they would reach the edge of the glowing forest where Sora had first found Arthur. To the east and west lay other nations, so north it was. A couple days into their journey, Sora suddenly stopped Arthur and pulled him to the side. "Arthur, I think we're being followed," she said, pointing off into the distance. "There, on the horizon, you could see faint shapes. We should check it out," Arthur replied. In a panic, Sora called out his name, reaching for him. "Arthur!" She looked up at him and saw he was standing there smiling at her, hand held out. Calm suddenly rushed over Sora. She smiled back and grabbed his hand. "Warp!" Arthur warped them both to the group on the horizon. Arthur and Sora warped in to where they had seen the group on the horizon. In front of them stood a small group of demi-humans, mostly fox people. They looked almost completely human to Arthur, if not for their fluffy ears and tails. He couldn't tell if they were all the same species. Some had brown fur matching the hair on their heads, others gray and black. All of them couldn't have been much younger than Sora and himself. "Why are you following us?" Arthur asked the group. One of the shy fox girls stepped forward. "We have nowhere to go," she said. "No one's ever protected us before." She paused before speaking again. "We don't care that you're human. Please let us come with you. Our old village is gone, and there's no one willing to protect us here. Lots of dangerous creatures out here." The young fox girl said this while looking around timidly. Arthur replied a bit embarrassingly, "I think most of them are on the endangered species list right now." Still feeling guilt over the damage. "Endangered species?" the young fox girl repeated, confused. Arthur turned and looked at Sora. "What do you think? Are you okay with this?" he asked, looking between her and the fox girl. Sora, with a smile on her face, replied simply, "I go where you go." "Well, all right," Arthur said, scratching his head. "Well, we can't simply wander around aimlessly now, can we? I'll have to come up with a different plan." A few days later, Arthur, Sora, and the small group of demi-humans came across an abandoned village. It was clearly once attacked sometime in its past. The village consisted of nothing more than a few simple grass and mud huts. There were no proper roads, unless you counted the mud-turned ground as roads. Arthur turned and looked at the group. "Well, it's not much, but I'm sure we can fix it up. It's a roof over our heads." He looked at Sora, then back at the group. "This will serve as our base for now," Arthur said. The fox demi-humans looked around with a mix of nervousness and quiet hope. One of the younger fox girls stepped a little closer, ears twitching. "You really mean it? We can stay here?" Arthur nodded with a small smile. "Yeah, we'll make it work." Sora stood beside him, quietly watching the group and the ruined village. A new beginning, however humble, was starting. The abandoned village on the arid plateau was finally showing signs of life. Arthur had successfully pulled enough water from a deep, hidden pocket to create a small, temporary watering hole in the center of the village. While it was intended for drinking, the demi-human children, foxfolk and rabbitfolk alike, had claimed it as their own, splashing and laughing in the shallow mud. Sora walked up to the edge of the hole, watching a young fox boy trip and belly flop into the muck. She glanced at Arthur, a playful glint in her silver eyes. "Your reservoir seems to be a hit, Arthur. Though I'm not sure drinking water is the term the children would use." Arthur chuckled, leaning against a nearby ruin. "It's a start, but I need something more permanent." He gestured toward a large, weathered boulder. "What do you think? If we carve a water script into a pillar, could it function as a fountain?" Sora blinked, leaning on her staff. "A script on stone? Arthur, that's not how magic works. Stone doesn't channel or hold mana like parchment. Even if you could carve it perfectly, the script wouldn't activate." "Let's test it," Arthur said, already moving. With a flick of his hand, he shaped the boulder into a thin, 5-foot-tall stone pillar. Sora, more out of curiosity than expectation, approached and carefully carved a water flow script into the surface with a small chisel. It was a precise, delicate piece of work. "Ready?" Arthur asked. "It won't take the mana," Sora warned, stepping back. "Don't force it, Arthur. If you push too hard, the script will just shatter." Arthur ignored the warning, pouring his mana into the stone. Initially, the pillar remained dull and inert, the mana seemingly sinking into the rock and vanishing. Arthur increased the flow, his brow furrowing as he pushed more power into the stubborn material. Suddenly, the pillar shrieked with a bright, blinding blue light. A geyser of water erupted from the top with the force of a pressurized turbine, spraying a high-velocity stream that threatened to tear the roofs off the nearest huts. Arthur stopped. "It's overloading," Sora shouted. Panic, for once, flashed in Arthur's eyes. He didn't try to dampen the flow. He simply vanished, taking the shrieking, erupting pillar with him. A moment later, he reappeared alone, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Wow," he exhaled, his heart hammering. "That was close." Sora stared at him, her mouth agape. You just made stone hold an active script. That's impossible." And the volume, it was enough to drown a legion. "It was a failure," Arthur muttered, disappointed. "The flow was way too high. I'll have to figure out a better way to throttle it." Days later, Arthur moved on to the next project, a road. To make life easier for the demi-humans, he decided to carve a wide, level path through the center of the village that would eventually connect to the distant river. He spent the afternoon carving the earth, creating a deep, wide, and perfectly straight ditch that bisected the village. It was meant to be the foundation for a proper stone-paved road. It was late in the afternoon when the rumble began. It started as a low vibration in the soles of their feet, growing into a deep, rhythmic thrum that echoed across the plains. "What is that?" Sora asked, looking toward the north. Arthur didn't answer. He vanished. Seconds later, he reappeared in the sky, hovering high above the village, his face pale with panic. He was moving at breakneck speed, carving a wide, deep trench into the earth as he flew, his hands moving like a blur. The source of the rumble became clear. He had teleported the fountain pillar to a high mountain pass directly above the river's source. By forcing so much mana into the script, he had essentially jump-started an ancient, massive mountain spring that would now flow for centuries. The water was now racing down the mountain, following the path of least resistance. Arthur was desperately trying to guide the deluge. He carved the ditch deeper and wider, his movements sloppy and frantic, trying to outrun the wall of water that was tearing through the plains. He dived toward the village, the roaring river right on his heels. He slammed into the ground at the village edge, finishing the final connection to his road ditch. The water hit the village with a roar, filling the deep, wide trench Arthur had carved. The road vanished, replaced by a deep, flowing river that cut the village in two. Arthur collapsed onto the bank, breathing hard. The fox children, however, were silent, staring at the sudden, vast waterway that had appeared in their backyard. "We have a river," one of the children whispered, stepping toward the edge and trailing their fingers in the crystal-clear, rushing water. Arthur looked at Sora, defeated. "It was supposed to be a road," he said quietly. Sora looked at the river, then back at Arthur. She realized he hadn't just made a mistake. He had just terraformed the landscape in a way no mage in history could fathom. She reached out, taking his hand, her expression unreadable. "It's a good river, Arthur." A week later, the need for shelter drove them to the northern woods. Arthur teleported to the edge of the forest and summoned his earth golems, constructs he shaped with perfect, efficient control, to clear a path and harvest timber. He left them to work while he returned to the village to help Sora organize their provisions. He had a vast array of supplies stored in his spatial storage that they were finally starting to unpack. When he returned to the woods the following afternoon, however, the air felt wrong. He walked into the clearing, expecting to find a fresh stack of lumber. Instead, he found the golems he had shaped from the soil smashed into piles of lifeless dirt. The trees they had been felling lay splintered, but not by natural causes. Arthur felt the cold, familiar pull of power deep in his chest, the temptation to simply erase whatever had interfered with his work. He clenched his fists, the earth beneath his feet trembling in sympathy. Not today, he forced himself to think. He was a man building a home, not a god building a monument. He had to stay grounded. Arthur returned to the village to tell Sora about the golems and the smashed trees. "Well, the woods are dangerous," she said, the fear evident in her eyes. "I'll help you set up more golems, and we can check it out in the morning together." To keep his mind off the encroaching threat, Arthur spent the rest of the day using his golems to systematically clear the dilapidated, mud and thatch huts to make room for new ones. He left a couple for the group and one for himself and Sora until they could build proper homes. Sora watched him work, her expression a mix of awe and worry. She hated seeing him push his power, fearing that he was slowly drifting away from her into a realm of detachment she couldn't follow. The next morning, they went to check the trees, only to find the new harvest smashed again. This time, they weren't alone. A dozen figures emerged from the dense foliage with unnerving grace. The males, tall and lithe, gripped ornate spears that hummed with latent mana, while the females stood back, their hands glowing with the distinct, cold light of high-tier magic. The leader, a female elf with eyes as sharp as flint, stepped forward. Her gaze swept over them, burning with 1,000 years of resentment. "First your kind begs us for aid. We teach you. And then you drive us to the woods to live with the beasts," she declared. "Now, after 1,000 years, you come to take our trees?" Sora, sensing the immediate threat, instinctively reached for her spatial ring. With a subtle flick of her wrist, her staff appeared in her grip, the wood humming with potential electricity. She held it ready, her eyes scanning the warriors in confusion. "We have no idea what you're talking about. We're just travelers." Arthur held up both hands, his palms open in a universal gesture of peace. "I didn't mean to steal from you," he pleaded, keeping his voice steady despite the magical pressure radiating from the warriors. "I left the kingdom of Eldoria. I don't agree with their stance, their politics, or how they treat anyone who isn't a human. I left because of that, but I do need wood. I'm just trying to build a home for some refugees." The tension remained thick enough to cut, the male warriors tightening their grips on their spears. Then, a shift occurred in the back of the elf group. A younger female, looking barely 20, pushed past her elders. She hummed a pleasant, melodic tune, stepping right up to Arthur. She leaned in, inhaling deeply near his neck. "Aw, don't be so mean, big sis," she chimed, her voice light and airy. She looked back at the older elf, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "He doesn't smell like them." She turned her gaze to Sora, her expression playful and slightly mischievous. "Can we keep him?" The air in the clearing, already sharp with tension, snapped. One of the male elves, his face twisted in disgust at the sight of their princess, fawning over a human, lunged forward. He tossed a small, folded parchment into the air. "Vine," he commanded, channeling his mana directly into the tome without a conduit. Vines erupted from the earth like jagged serpents, slamming into the ground between Arthur and the princess to force them apart. Sora reacted instantly. She pulled a lightning tome from her satchel, tossed it, and channeled mana through her staff. "Bolt!" she shouted. But the lightning was wild, crackling violently into the surrounding trees, and the barrier Arthur had silently erected around the entire group, including the elves. Arthur dropped the barrier the second the lightning subsided, but the elves were already past the point of diplomacy. 3 of the high mage females flicked fire tomes into the air, their hands glowing as 3 massive fireballs materialized, hurtling toward them. Arthur cast barrier. Sora screamed, bracing for the impact. Instead of shielding them, Arthur took a single step forward, raising his hand toward the roaring flames. "Dissipate." The word was quiet, but the effect was absolute. The fireballs didn't explode. They unraveled, the complex magical instructions of the tomes dissolving into streams of raw, blue mana that drifted away like smoke until they vanished entirely. The elves froze. The leader stared at the spot where her spells had been, her face drained of color. "What, how?" "Something I've been working on, in case I had to fight the demon lord again," Arthur said, with an awkward, sheepish shrug. The leader's eyes widened, her posture shifting from aggression to intense wariness. "You fought the demon lord and lived?" She spun around, her voice echoing through the woods. Everyone hold. But the order came too late. A male warrior, driven by a desperate, misplaced sense of honor, was already midair, his sword arcing down towards Sora. Arthur didn't think, he moved. He warped, appearing directly in front of Sora. The blade came down with lethal force, but Arthur caught it mid-swing, his palm protected by a thin, shimmering layer of barrier magic. The moment his skin touched the steel, the warrior vanished. The remaining elves recoiled, their confidence shattered by the display of spatial manipulation. "So," Arthur asked, looking genuinely curious, "can you guys fly?" The leader stared at him, her lips pressed into a thin, stern line. "No. What about with using magic?" Arthur added. "No," she replied, her voice trembling slightly. "Why would you ask us the impossible? Flight is not something magic can grant." Sora, standing behind Arthur, felt her heart race. She vividly remembered Arthur carving that trench while flying at breakneck speed, his body defying gravity with casual ease. She looked at him, her awe deepening. He didn't even realize that what he did was impossible. "What did you do with my companion?" the leader demanded, her voice wavering between anger and terror. A faint, high-pitched scream drifted down from the heavens. Every head in the clearing snapped upward. A dot in the sky grew rapidly larger, the whistle of wind intensifying, until, thud, the missing elven warrior slammed into the forest floor, creating a small crater. "Really sorry. I thought if anyone, you guys would have been able to fly, at least with magic." He reached out a hand toward the warrior, who was barely clinging to consciousness. "Heal." A gentle, white light flowed from Arthur's palm, knitting bones and cauterizing wounds in seconds. As the elf sat up, blinking in confusion, Arthur looked towards the elven princess, who was still grinning at him with that same playful, predatory spark in her eyes. The elven leader pondered the situation, her eyes darting between Arthur and her own warriors. She had just witnessed a human perform feats that defied every law of magical study. Wordless casting, total absence of spell tomes, and an intuitive manipulation of energy that bypassed the need for any conduit. In front of her, the elven princess remained shamelessly attached to Arthur's arm, inhaling the scent of his skin as if he were some exotic, irresistible confection. "How do we know he is not lying?" One of the male warrior elves spat, his hand trembling as he gestured toward Arthur. "Can you prove it? Show us your power." Arthur didn't even blink. He merely released a fraction of his pressure. In that instant, the bright afternoon sky vanished, replaced by an abyss of deep, pulsating black. Above them, a night sky erupted into existence, a vast, swirling display of star patterns that were entirely alien to this world. The elves, save for the leader, recoiled in primal terror, shielding their eyes from the cosmic spectacle. "Arthur!" Sora called out, her voice sharp with alarm. She was simultaneously trying to pry the princess off Arthur's arm. The girl was now drooping, practically drooling as she refused to relinquish her hold. Arthur snapped back to reality, stifling the aura instantly. The familiar blue daylight rushed back into the clearing. "Fine," the elven leader said, her voice strained, though her eyes remained locked on Arthur with a mixture of fear and newfound respect. "Come back in a week. We will discuss this further then." She turned to her younger sister, who was still clinging to Arthur despite Sora's increasingly desperate efforts to pull her away. "Lorraine, come." "Ah, but he's mine," the princess pouted, sounding genuinely devastated. "No, he's mine," Sora retorted before she could catch herself. The moment the words left her lips, her face turned a brilliant shade of crimson. She froze, her breath hitching, and she instinctively stepped back, looking anywhere but at Arthur. Arthur simply stood there, looking bewildered as the elven party retreated into the dense forest shadows. "I don't trust her," Sora muttered, her voice regaining some of its defensive edge as she grabbed Arthur's hand. She didn't wait for a response. She squeezed his fingers, and with a familiar shimmer of displaced air, Arthur warped them both back to the village. Arthur and Sora sat on the bank of the newly carved river, the cool water rushing past their feet. The demi-human children were further downstream, their laughter echoing against the banks Arthur had inadvertently created. It was a scene of fragile peace, a stark contrast to the volatile encounter they'd just survived in the woods. "What are you going to do?" Sora asked, her gaze lingering on the northern tree line. Arthur watched the water, his brow furrowed. The elven leader's words, the accusations of betrayal and forgotten history, gnawed at him. "I'm not sure," he admitted, his voice quiet. "Their leader mentioned that they taught our kind magic once, and the humans drove them into the forest with the beasts in return. I've read the kingdom's history, Sora. There's nothing about that. It's like it was wiped clean." He turned to her, his expression sharpening with purpose. "If they know how magic truly works, they might know something that could help us. More importantly, help you." Sora softened at the mention of her own limitations, but her protective instinct remained fierce. She shifted, her hand brushing against the hilt of her dagger, her eyes narrowing as she recalled the princess's predatory behavior. "I agree we need answers," Sora said, her tone firm. "But Arthur, you heard her. They are isolationists who hate us for crimes we didn't even know were committed. And that princess—" She paused, her cheeks flushing with a flash of remembered irritation. "She's dangerous. She isn't just curious about your magic, she's obsessed. I don't trust her for a second, and you are not going to be alone with her. Not if I have anything to say about it." Arthur gave a small, weary smile, reaching out to squeeze her hand. "I wouldn't dream of it, Sora. I just want to understand. If we're going to build a home here, we can't afford to have enemies hiding in the trees who know more about our past than we do." He looked back at the river, the water sparkling in the late afternoon sun. "We have a week. We need to prepare, not for a fight, but for a conversation. If we're going back, we need to show them that not all humans are the ones who betrayed them." Sora nodded, though her grip on his hand tightened, her eyes still scanning the forest shadows. "Then we start by focusing on the village," she suggested, looking at the half-finished huts. "We have to be ready for them when they return. If those elves are going to be our neighbors, we need to make sure this place is something they can respect, not just a refugee camp, but something better." High within the canopy of the glowing forest, the atmosphere in the Chamber of Elders was far from serene. The structure, woven from living ember and infused with ancient magic, the air vibrated with the tension between the two sisters. Nimra shoved her younger sister back, though Lorraine clung to her with a grip that defied her petite frame. "Get off me, Lorraine," Nimra hissed, her eyes flashing with a cold, aristocratic annoyance. "No," Lori shot back, her voice stubborn. "I told you, call me Lori, and I'm not going anywhere. Why can't I stay? Why can't we just talk to him?" Nimra pinned her sister's shoulders, staring down at her. "Because you are not thinking straight. You've been obsessed with high-output casting since you were a child, burning through your reserves in seconds just for the sake of a spectacle. You see power and you mistake it for wisdom." Lori didn't flinch. She was, by any account, a prodigy, perhaps the most talented magic wielder of their generation. Yet her affinity for massive, destructive spells had always been a point of contention. Her family constantly pushed her toward the safer, low-tier scripts, but Lori found them suffocatingly dull. To her, magic was meant to be grand, impactful, and alive. Then she had seen him, a human, of all things, yet he had felt like a bottomless well of raw, unrefined potential. "I am thinking straight," Lori insisted, finally loosening her grip on Nimra's waist to pace the room, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial hum. "Couldn't you smell him? He's different. He doesn't carry a conduit. He doesn't use a tome, and yet the air around him felt like it was bowing. I can sense it, Nimra. We should trust him. He's a battery that doesn't run dry." Nimra let out a long, weary sigh, rubbing her temples. She hated that her sister had a point. The human was different, and that difference was more terrifying than any threat the kingdom of Eldoria had ever posed. "Fine," Nimra finally conceded, her shoulders slumping. "I will bring it up to the elders when they arrive. But do not think this means I trust him. If he is as powerful as he seems, he is exactly the kind of anomaly the history books warn us about." Lori's face lit up, the frustration vanishing instantly. "Yay! Good call, big sis." With a triumphant hum, Lori turned on her heel and strode out of the chamber, her movements light and cheerful. She was already imagining the possibilities, not of war, but of discovery. For the first time in 1,000 years, the stagnant air of the elven enclave felt like it was finally beginning to move. The village had transformed, with Arthur's golems handling the heavy lifting, hauling stone, and setting timber beams. The fox and rabbit folk were finally moving out of their mud huts into sturdy, well-structured homes. The new river, now the village's permanent heart, sparkled in the morning sun, though it remained a bitter reminder of Arthur's latest engineering mistake. Arthur sat amidst a graveyard of shattered stone pillars, rubbing his temples. He had tried a dozen variations, all meticulously inscribed with waterflow script Sora had taught him, yet every attempt to create a simple fountain ended in a pressurized disaster. He destroyed each failure the moment it started to scream, terrified of flooding the village a second time. "Hi, Arthur. So what are you working on?" The voice was light, melodic, and unmistakable. Arthur froze, then turned to see Lori, standing just outside the village perimeter, looking as if she had simply strolled over for a casual visit. "Lori," Arthur blinked. "Should you be here? It's not even close to the week we agreed on." Lori flashed a sly, irrepressible grin. "The elders are all too busy arguing over whether you're a harbinger of doom or just a very strange miracle. I think you're good, so here I am. Besides," she winked, "they don't exactly know I'm here. So what's with all the rubble?" She pointed to the piles of pulverized stone. Arthur sighed and explained his pursuit of a simple fountain. To demonstrate, he quickly shaped a boulder into a slim pillar and hummed a low note of mana, inscribing the water script Sora had taught him. He did it with a speed and fluidity that made Lori's eyebrows shoot up. "Ready?" he asked. Lori, with a grin from ear to ear, nodded. That was already amazing. Arthur turned back to the pillar. He knew Sora's theory. That stone, unlike parchment, wouldn't hold a charge. But he wasn't looking for a conduit. He was looking for a vessel. He placed his palm against the rough granite and began to push. He opened the floodgates, pouring an immense, overwhelming amount of mana into the pillar. The stone groaned, vibrating violently as it struggled to reject the sheer intensity of his power. The pillar shrieked, then erupted into a violent, high-pressure geyser that drenched the entire square in a freezing, torrential rain before Arthur shattered the stone into dust with a sharp, panic flick of his will. "See," Arthur gestured to the surrounding debris, his chest heaving. "I tried to force it, and it just doesn't matter how much I throttle it. The stone just can't keep up." Lori tapped her chin, her expression thoughtful. "Have you tried elven scripts?" Arthur paused. "There's a difference." Lori giggled. "Oh, a massive one. We taught your kind magic 1,000 years ago, but humans were never very good at it. That's why your conduits, those staffs and wands with mana stones, are so common. You needed tools to compensate for your limitations. And your scripts? You changed them to force magic to obey you, rather than flowing with it. That's why Sora's magic is so wild. She has an elven-sized well of mana, but she's trying to use human-sized triggers." She reached into her satchel and pulled out a leather-bound volume, holding it out toward the village center where Sora was just approaching. "I brought this for her. Sora should be casting like us. She's rare, a human with elven-level capacity." Sora's voice cut through the air, sharp and guarded. "Why is she here?" Arthur quickly caught her up, his excitement evident. Lori stepped forward, offering the book. "This is for you, Sora. Read it. Study it. You'll probably still need your staff to keep your flow steady, but this should stop your magic from fighting you." Sora took the book, her fingers trembling slightly as she felt the texture of the ancient pages. She looked from Lori to Arthur, her expression softening into genuine gratitude. "Thank you." But then, her eyes darted to the piles of broken stone. "No elven scripts on the stone, Arthur. Look at the river. That was a weak spell." "Oh, come on." Lori groaned, elbowing Sora. "We could make a literal ocean. I vote yes." Sora fixed her with a stern, unwavering glare. "There are no votes. The answer is no." She turned to Arthur, her voice dropping to a command. "Arthur." Arthur held up his hands in surrender, smiling. "Fine. No elven scripts on the stone." "Well," Lori thought for a moment, "have you tried mana stones?" Arthur looked confused. "Yeah," Lori continued. "People use them to store mana and help cast spells. Sora cut in. Like the one you overloaded and blew up. Lori jumped up. What? She exclaimed. Arthur looked defeated. Tell you later. About those stones. Arthur opened up his spatial storage and pulled a small blue glowing stone from a portal. I have a few of these. He held it up for Lori to see. After many hours of back and forth, what Arthur and Lori came up with was revolutionary. Arthur made another small pillar of stone, but this time he added a small spout at just the right height for washing hands, and above it, a small hole, with another hole leading down into the spout, just large enough to drop a small mana stone down. Now inside the workshop, Lori and Sora watched as Arthur carved a water script onto a mana stone. That won't work without mana, Arthur. That mana stone is empty. Sora pointed to the stone Arthur was carving. It has to be, or this won't work. Arthur took the drained mana stone and placed it inside the hollowed-out hole above the spout. The second one needs mana, however, but no script. Arthur attached the charged mana stone onto a stick, just for testing. Arthur pushed the stick, mana stone first, into the hole. If natural stone is an insulator. He slowly pulled the stick. As he pulled the charged mana stone forward, it got within range of the uncharged stone, activating it. A steady flow of water started pouring from the spout. That's amazing, Arthur. So how do we turn it off? Arthur reached up and pushed the stick further into the hole, pushing the charged mana stone out of range, stopping the flow of mana to the water script, and thus cutting off the flow of water. Like this. Arthur gestured. Every house is going to have running water now. Arthur turned his attention back to Lori, a thoughtful look in his eyes. There's one more thing I need to complete my indoor plumbing. Lori blinked, her brow furrowing in genuine confusion. Plumbing. Sora immediately groaned, covering her face with her hands. He wants to go to the bathroom inside the house, Lori. Like inside. Lori recoiled, her expression shifting from confusion to mild disgust. Why? That sounds barbaric. Why would you want to keep that in your home? I don't know. Sora agreed, shaking her head. It's weird. I've told him it's weird, but he's adamant. Arthur, unable to take the judgment anymore, held up his hands. You'll see. Just let me show you. First, I need slimes. You live out here, Lori. Can you show me where to find them? Lori hesitated, clearly reluctant to assist in such a strange endeavor, but curiosity eventually won out. You can find them in the swamps. They're not far from here. Arthur's face lit up. Oh, I think I flew over that area the other day. I know exactly where it's at. Lori's mouth dropped open. Flew. Sora chimes in with a dry, knowing tone. You'll get used to it. What? Lori asked, bewildered. The flying. No. Sora responded, gesturing vaguely at Arthur. All of it. Arthur ignored the commentary and held out a hand to the elven princess. Here, take my hand. We'll be back in a jiff. Lori reached out, her fingers brushing his, still trying to process the sheer absurdity of the man. Warp, Arthur said clearly. The air around them twisted, folding in on itself with a soft pop. Instantly, the dry, arid plateau vanished, replaced by the damp, humid air and thick vegetation of the nearby swamps. Arthur moved with practiced efficiency. He didn't waste time. He simply reached out and caught 5 or 6 slimes, encasing them in a compact, translucent barrier of magic that acted as a sturdy cage. There, that should do for the test, Arthur said, satisfied. He didn't give Lori a moment to catch her breath. He gripped her hand again. The space around them warped, and a heartbeat later, they were back in the village square, right where they had started. Arthur had been preparing for this moment. Beneath the village ground, he had already laid stone pipes leading to all the houses. They all connected at a junction point just outside the settlement, where Arthur had erected a stone water tower atop a small, natural rise. Arthur led Sora and Lori up the steps to the tower's basin. After climbing inside, he motioned for them to join him. This way. Once inside, Arthur walked up to a small, sealed barrow. He placed the charged mana stone inside and resealed it. He then positioned the empty mana stone, the one inscribed with the water script, at the bottom of the tower. using magic to form stone rings that held it firmly in place without fully encasing it. He attached the barrow to a string and lowered it near the empty mana stone, triggering the flow. "Let's step out," Arthur said. They watched from below as the basin filled. As the water level neared the top, the buoyant barrow rose with it, pulling the charged stone out of range. The flow of water ceased instantly, the script losing its power source. Lori, as curious as ever, leaned in to inspect the mechanism. "Arthur, that doesn't look like your other stone pillars. A large pillar in every house seems a bit much," Arthur explained. "This central tower handles the pressure, and the pipes distribute it." He led them to the other side of the village, where he lifted 2 heavy wooden covers from a large, reinforced hole in the ground. It was partitioned into multiple chambers, a complex layout designed to filter waste before eventually leading the treated liquid out toward the river. Arthur opened his spatial storage and dumped the captured slimes into the primary chamber. Sora stared at the ground where the pipes were buried, then at the river, and finally at Arthur. She had come to expect the impossible from him, but the sheer, mundane utility of what he had just created, a sewage system fueled by swamp monsters, felt even more surreal than his meteor strikes. "You're a terrifying man, Arthur," she whispered, half joking, though her eyes were wide with genuine wonder. "You realize that, right?" Arthur just grinned, already mentally sketching out the next set of pipes. "I just like clean living, Sora. Now, let's see if the pressure holds." He wrinkled his nose, looking down at the squelching, amorphous creatures as they immediately began to consume the organic matter in the dark chamber. "Are you sure these aren't sentient?" he asked, his tone wavering between fascination and alarm. Lori peered into the gloom, watching the slimes ripple and divide as they worked. She paused, then added with a questionable shrug, "Yeah, pretty sure." Arthur replaced the heavy wooden covers, locking the smell and the sight away. Arthur was ready to put both Sora and Lori in their place, though he preferred to think of it as demonstrating the final phase. He led them to the bathroom facilities he had installed in one of the completed structures. To give them a familiar, refined feel, he had sourced high-quality clay, firing it until the sinks, toilets, and walk-in showers possessed a smooth, polished ceramic finish. "Each house has 2 pipes," Arthur explained, pointing to the elegant stone fixtures. "One pipe is carved with heating scripts, and I've embedded charged mana stones along the length of them to keep the water warm on demand." He gave them a quick, technical rundown on how to manipulate the flow, mixing the hot and cold streams to reach the perfect temperature. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, he quickly excused himself. "I'll leave you 2 to try it out. The soap is on the basin." Arthur stepped out into the hallway and pulled the door shut behind him. He stood there for a moment, staring at the grain of the wooden door, waiting. A heartbeat later, a piercing scream echoed from inside the room. "Oh, that's amazing." Lori's voice was high-pitched and breathless. Immediately after, Sora chimed in, her tone equally stunned. "It's so warm. I can't believe it." Arthur's face turned bright red, his heart hammering against his ribs. He winced, his mind immediately leaping to the wrong conclusion before he forcefully reined his thoughts in. "They're talking about the water," he told himself, closing his eyes and taking a deep, steadying breath. "Just the water. Keep your head on straight, Arthur." He shook his head, quickly walking outside into the fresh air to wait, trying to look as casual as possible while his ears continued to burn. Arthur had only a few days left before his formal meeting with the Elven Elders, and the village had become a hive of activity. Lori had returned home to the glowing forest the night before, leaving Arthur to throw himself into the final stages of the village infrastructure. With Lori gone, his mind buzzed with the possibilities of mana stone applications, magic communications, electricity, cars, and trains. But instead, every time he looked at the world around him, he felt a strange, nagging dissonance. This was a place where magic was abundant, yet society remained trapped in a primitive cycle. He remembered the dark history he had learned. The demon lord, once a champion fighting for a king, had been driven to cataclysmic vengeance after the senseless slaughter of his family. That betrayal had sparked a war that burned nations to the ground, pulling oppressed demihumans into the fray. Now, The demon lord existed as a force of nature, appearing every few hundred years to raise human civilization. While installing the final plumbing run in the last of the refugee houses, Arthur found himself distracted, his mind racing with possibilities. Powering the scripts in such a way gave heating pipes, soon electricity, and even more, he thought, a familiar spark of ambition igniting in his chest. With enough thought and ingenuity, even cars can become a possibility. He always found it weird that this world was filled with such potent magic, yet lacked any real technological advancement. It was effectively a Middle Ages, but one saturated with the power to rewrite reality. He caught himself staring at a pile of discarded quartz-like stones, his mind already sketching out schematics that would make a 20th century engineer weep. He shook his head, forcing his focus back to the task at hand. One step at a time. The plumbing was a success, and the village was finally starting to look like a place where people could actually live rather than just survive. He set his tools aside, watching the manastone lamps flicker with a soft, steady hum. He knew the elven elders would arrive soon, and they would see his work for what it was, a fundamental violation of the world's status quo. He didn't care. As far as he was concerned, this wasn't about power or politics. It was about finally building something that lasted. The day of the meeting finally dawned. Arthur met Sora by the river, his expression focused as he prepared for the journey. "It looks good." Arthur pointing to her new clothing. "Thanks, but was the hat necessary?" Arthur had picked up some new clothing, and Sora being a mage and all. Arthur smiled. It seemed appropriate. He said, with a single, succinct word, "Warp." The world folded around them, and they arrived instantly at the designated clearing in the glowing forest. The three elven elders were already waiting, their presence radiating an ancient, cold authority. Nimra stood beside them, her posture guarded. As soon as Arthur appeared, Lori broke from the group, rushing toward him with childlike fervor and latching onto his arm. Sora's eyes narrowed instantly. She stepped forward, firmly prying Lori's hands from Arthur. "Can't you wait even 5 seconds?" she exclaimed, shooting a sharp, exasperated look at the princess. One of the elders stepped forward, his voice measured and thin. "We have agreed to visit your settlement. Once we witness exactly what you are doing, we will decide whether to aid your endeavor or ignore it entirely." Nimra moved closer, her gaze intense. "We are under no illusion that we could win a fight against you," she stated bluntly. "Whatever our final decision, we will not interfere with you or your village." "Thanks," Arthur replied, his tone neutral. "Though, to be clear, it's not exactly my village. I'm just building a place for demi-human refugees." Nimra tilted her head, her expression flickering with genuine confusion. "Even weirder," she muttered. Arthur gestured for the group of 5, Lori, Nimra, and the 3 elders, to gather around him. Sora looked at him, her brow furrowed in uncertainty. "Don't you need to hold our hands?" she asked, her voice dropping. Arthur felt a flush of embarrassment, looking down at his feet. "No, not really," he admitted, feeling the absurdity of the situation. Lori, sensing his hesitation, didn't hesitate. She stepped forward and firmly grasped his hand. "That's okay," she said with a bright, defiant smile. "Now I'm ready." Not to be outdone, Sora immediately stepped in to claim his other hand. "I'm ready too," she declared, her eyes darting toward Lori. Arthur let out a soft, resigned sigh. Warp. The forest dissolved into a blur of light and displacement, and in a heartbeat, the group materialized in the center of the bustling refugee village. The air and colors twisted back into shape, and the group materialized in the heart of the village. The elders, braced for the sight of squalid, desperate hovels, stood momentarily frozen. Instead of a ruin, they were greeted by a thriving, orderly settlement. 10 sturdy houses stood in neat rows, perfectly complemented by the man-made river that cut a crisp, white stone channel through the village center. Arthur had taken a secret trip to the capital, Etherport, to sell surplus monster materials, transforming the refugees' rags into respectable, clean clothing, a detail that clearly caught the elders off guard. One of the elders pointed a slender finger toward the stone water tower. "What does this stone sculpture represent?" he asked, his tone skeptical. "It's easier to show you," Arthur replied. As Arthur and Sora led the group on a tour, they were intercepted by Evie, a young fox girl. Eager to display her pride, she offered to show them inside her home. The skeptical elder knelt slightly, peering at the child. "Don't you care that a human runs this place?" he asked, his voice sharp. Evie didn't hesitate. She snapped back, "No. Arthur saved us and built all this for us." She pointed to the river, their homes, and her own clean clothes. "He gave us all this and didn't ask for anything back." She ushered them inside, proudly demonstrating the furniture, the soft bedding, and the indoor plumbing. "Every house has these," she explained, turning the tap on and off, her eyes still sparkling with wonder at the feat. The visit progressed better than Arthur had dared hope. By the time they finished, the elders' initial hostility had evaporated, replaced by a cautious, grudging respect. Nimura, who had been the most guarded of the bunch, actually looked relaxed. They agreed to let Arthur harvest what he needed and hinted at a future of trade. Arthur warped the group back to the glowing forest without a single incident. A week later, while Arthur was hunched over a workbench, obsessively sketching diagrams for a mana-based generator, he heard a familiar, melodic voice cut through his concentration. "Arthur!" He looked up, his jaw dropping. Lori was standing in the doorway. Lori motioned for Arthur to meet her outside. She had something to show him, and she wasn't alone. A large group of elves trailed behind her, each carrying supplies and looking intensely out of place in the plains. "I've decided, Arthur," Lori stated, beaming. "I'm going to join your village and become a citizen. My parents insisted on guards, so these guys are going to join me. I told them if they tag along, they had to join too. So here we are." Lori's face was gleaming with excitement as she gestured to her entourage. "So, do we get houses with running water too?" Arthur stood there, completely stunned, his mind reeling. Guards, his village, citizen, the logistics and the sheer political fallout of an elven princess defecting to his refugee settlement hit him all at once. He looked from Lori to the 20 battle-ready elves behind her, wondering if he had just accidentally started a diplomatic crisis or the most bizarre town expansion in history. The months of practice outside the town had turned the surrounding plains into a scarred testing ground. Arthur and Lori had been experimenting with the limits of their connection, the way she could tap into his reserves to amplify her natural affinity for fire. Sora, meanwhile, remained the steadying anchor, deepening her own mastery of elven scripts. While still limited to lightning and healing, she had evolved. With Arthur's guidance, she used her lightning not just to strike, but to flash melt stone or weave electromagnetic fields into shields that could repel incoming spells. Lori, however, was a different story, a volatile force of nature. She preferred wide-scale destruction, and with Arthur's mana as a fuel source, her custom-written scripts turned the plains into a canvas of scorched earth. The true danger had revealed itself when Arthur suggested mixing fire with a wind tornado. The result was a firestorm that left the ground molten. "It's a good thing we're in the middle of nowhere," Arthur remarked, watching the heat haze shimmer over the charred grass. Sora leaned on her staff, glancing at Lori, who was currently clinging to Arthur's arm like a giddy child. "She has too much power for her lack of self-control," Sora noted dryly. Lori just grinned, pressing closer. "The transfer works best with contact," she chirped, clearly enjoying the excess mana flooding through her. Or Arthur, she couldn't tell. One day, after a particularly grueling session, Lori wouldn't let it go. She begged Arthur to demonstrate a spell of his own, the kind he cast without tomes, chants, or conduits. Arthur usually refused, and Sora was strictly opposed, but Lori's persistence finally wore them down. "Just be careful," Sora warned, her voice tight. "Don't destroy the planet." Lori froze, her eyes widening. She looked from Sora to Arthur. "You can do that?" she asked, clearly believing it possible. "No," Arthur said firmly. "Yes," Sora whispered at the same time. Arthur didn't argue. He quickly cast a reinforced barrier around both women. "What are you going to do?" Sora asked, concern etched on her face. Lori was jumping in place, clapping her hands. "This is going to be great." Arthur ignored them, his expression hardening as he turned toward the open plains. He paused, then flicked his wrist. Magical chains erupted from the earth, wrapping around Sora and Lori's waists and ankles, anchoring them firmly to the bedrock. "Arthur," Sora gasped, feeling the cold, unbreakable grip of the chains. "Just in case," he said, his voice dropping an octave. He raised his right hand, focusing on a point in the distance. He manifested a small, spherical barrier precisely where he was aiming, then ignited a supernova-level explosion inside it, simultaneously forcing the energy to compress. The light was instant. It flared with such terrifying intensity that it outshone the noon sun, turning the world into a stark, shadowless void. Then it collapsed. When the light vanished, the sun felt dim by comparison. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then a black that appeared in the distance, a pinprick of absolute nothingness. The ground beneath it began to vanish. It didn't explode. It was pulled upward, the very earth tearing itself apart and streaming into the singularity. Arthur had synthesized a black hole, a feat of physics he'd only ever read about in his past life. The wind picked up, a gale force roar whipping past them at incredible speeds. The chains holding Sora and Lori went taut, straining against the immense gravitational tug. "Arthur, maybe this wasn't a good idea," Lori yelled, her voice barely audible over the screaming wind. Arthur looked back, his own expression shifting from curiosity to genuine alarm. "Small ones aren't supposed to last this long." "This is a small one," Sora shouted back. The three of them were lifted off the ground, their feet trailing in the air as they were yanked toward the void. Only the magical chains and Arthur's barrier held them against the pull. For a long, agonizing minute, the world hung in the balance, the singularity tearing the horizon to shreds, before it finally flickered and dissipated into nothingness. The sudden loss of tension sent Arthur, Sora, and Lori crashing to the ground in a heap of tangled limbs and heavy, gasping breaths. The plains were silent once more, save for the sound of their own heartbeats. The group struggled to their feet, their ears still ringing from the sudden, jarring silence. Lori and Sora exchanged a look, then turned their gaze toward Arthur, who was already brushing dust from his clothes. "In my defense," Arthur started, an immediate justification on his tongue, but Lori cut him off. "You really could destroy the planet," she said, her voice unusually small. Her eyes were wide, fixed on him with a depth of realization that made Arthur uncomfortable. "Let's check the damage," Arthur replied, eager to move on. He didn't want to fuel their growing perception of his power. His own conscience provided enough ego-checking as it was. He led the way, his boots crunching over the scorched, glass-like earth toward the center of the devastation. "Let's not try that spell again, Arthur," Sora said, her breath coming in shallow, ragged hitches as she tried to steady her nerves. When they reached the edge of the deep, jagged crater, they stopped dead. The explosion had stripped away layers of earth and centuries of sediment. Embedded halfway down the crater wall, stark and imposing against the raw stone, was a massive granite door. Deep, intricate grooves were carved across its surface, and within those channels, a faint, rhythmic blue light pulsed like a slow heartbeat. "A lost dungeon," Lori whispered, her previous giddiness replaced by a sharp, academic focus. Sora stepped forward, her hand instinctively hovering near her ring. "I thought those were just a myth. People talk about them in legends, but they're supposed to be confined to the deep foundations of the ancient capitals." She stared at the door, her brow furrowed, trying to reconcile the impossible geography. What are the chances of a lost dungeon just showing up right where you cast your spell? Arthur felt a familiar, unwelcome tightness in his chest. He didn't like the implication that he had somehow uncovered something that was meant to stay hidden. "It could have been any one of us," he said, waving a hand toward the wall as if to dismiss the coincidence. "The terrain here is unstable. We just happened to scrape off the right layer of dirt." Sora wasn't buying it. She looked at the door, then back at him, her expression hardening with skepticism. "Lori has been blowing holes in the ground for a couple of months, Arthur. We've carved out trenches and leveled hills for the town's expansion, and none of that ever unearthed a sealed vault. This isn't just a random discovery." Arthur stood silent, the hum of the door vibrating against the soles of his boots. Arthur exhaled, his gaze fixed on the imposing granite barrier. "This isn't something we should rush," he murmured, his hands already beginning to move with practiced, fluid precision. He didn't want the crater to remain a dangerous, exposed pit. He reached out, his will rippling through the earth. With a low, grinding roar, the scorched crater walls began to shift and reform. He channeled his mana into the bedrock, shaping it into two grand, sweeping flights of stone stairs that descended along the sides of the crater, leading directly to the threshold of the door. Above the stairs, he molded the surrounding plains, raising the soil and hardening it until the area was enclosed by a stout, unassuming stone structure. A single building meant to conceal the entrance and protect the stairs from the harsh elements of the plains. Lori and Sora watched in silence as the earth obeyed his command, the chaotic wound in the land transforming into a deliberate architectural feature. "Let's hold off on this for now," Arthur said, turning away from the new stone structure. "I want to do some research, check the old records, look into what these runes actually signify before we try to open it." Lori, despite her earlier giddiness, nodded solemnly. The sheer scale of the discovery had tempered her usual impulsiveness. Sora also agreed, her eyes lingering on the sealed entrance with a look of deep, scholarly apprehension. "Agreed," Sora said. "Whatever's behind that door, we need to be prepared for it." With the site secured and hidden beneath the new stone building, the three of them turned their backs on the dungeon and began the trek back to the village. The plains felt different now, the air thinner, the silence heavier, as they walked toward the bustling lights of the town, leaving the ancient, pulsing secret buried safely behind its granite face. The village's expansion was nothing short of miraculous. Arthur's stone golems became a common sight, their rhythmic, heavy footsteps echoing as they worked in tandem with the demi-humans and the new elven arrivals. The once bleak plains had been transformed. Arthur had subtly raised the terrain in key sections, landscaping the area to provide better drainage and aesthetics, including the now decorative stone water tower that presided over the settlement like a silent guardian. News of the sanctuary had a way of traveling. Over the course of 6 months, word spread of a place where demi-humans, foxfolk, rabbitfolk, and others could live without fear. Rumors of elven knights patrolling the perimeter added a layer of legitimacy that drew more refugees in. What had started as a 10-house cluster had swelled into a small, bustling town. Arthur had begun organizing the labor force, matching tasks to innate abilities. The elven knights, once resentful of their exile, had found a new purpose, taking up the mantle of town guards with a professional, terrifying efficiency. Yet, Arthur knew their current model was unsustainable. He couldn't keep warping to the capital every time they needed fresh cloth or grain. While small hunting and foraging parties were beginning to yield results, they were still heavily dependent on his diminishing reserves from Etherport. He stood in the center of the growing town, watching a group of rabbitfolk children play near the central stone-lined canal. The complexity of managing such a diverse and rapidly growing population was beginning to weigh on him. He needed a more robust economic foundation, a way to manufacture goods rather than just importing them. He turned his attention toward the town's northern edge, where the next expansion phase was planned. He had been considering new construction methods using local materials, hoping that if he could just get the infrastructure stabilized, the settlement would eventually become self-sufficient enough to survive without his constant intervention. The scene shifts to the Demon Lord, standing in front of the small stone entrance Arthur had erected over the dungeon door. He had tried twice now to get Arthur to lose control to the corruption of power. Not only that, Arthur had nearly wiped out the entire population of his agents, coming awfully close to destroying the capital in the process. If not for that girl Sora and her reckless actions, Arthur would have done just that. He stood before the entrance, his eyes tracing the clean, precise lines of Arthur's earth-shaping. A thin, knowing smile touched his lips. "I see you found another way to entertain me, Arthur," the Demon Lord mused, his voice carrying no echo in the empty space. "How will you handle this?" As he phases through the door without effort, descending the stone stairs into the cool, subterranean dark, the Demon Lord pauses before the massive, rune-engraved granite door. The air here is heavy, vibrating with an ancient, suppressed magic. He raises a pale, slender finger, tracing the glowing blue lines of the seal. As he moves, He leaves behind small traces of his own corrupted mana. The dungeon door moans under his touch, the sound akin to tectonic plates grinding against one another. Fissures spider web across the granite, and the blue light within the runes flares into a violent, unstable violet. From the other side, a low, guttural chattering begins to rise, the sound of long-starved, maddened entities sensing a rift. That should do it. Now we wait. The demon lord whispers, a hungry look in his eyes. He warps away, dissolving back into the void of his own castle. He doesn't want the door to burst open just yet. Arthur will surely feel the mana disturbance rippling across the plains and feel compelled to investigate. By the time the seal finally breaks, the dungeon creatures, already driven into a frenzy by the demon lord's lingering mana traces, will be a cohesive, bloodthirsty swarm, perfectly positioned to overwhelm the unprepared sanctuary. Arthur stood in his workshop, Lori clinging to his arm like a lost kitten, her presence a constant, warm distraction. Sora, making no effort to hide the jealousy etched into her features, held a long pole tied to a rope that was currently looped around Arthur's waist. He was attempting to harness electricity, a feat he hadn't yet achieved in this world. And why am I doing this again? Sora asked, keeping a wary distance. Arthur didn't look up from his workbench. Because if this goes wrong, I might not be able to break the connection. Someone will need to pull me away. And you, he added, glancing at Lori, will fry right along with me if you don't let go. Lori didn't budge. She simply squeezed Arthur's arm tighter. I'm good right here. Sora's eyes narrowed as she looked at the princess. Maybe she'll come to associate you with pain. A few zaps might do her some good. Hey, Lori retorted, pouting up at Sora. That's not very nice. Arthur ignored the bickering, focusing entirely on the device before him. He had realized that mana stones themselves remained dormant unless acted upon. He had constructed a lever-actuated housing, an enclosed cylinder lined with magnetite, with a central metal rod wrapped in thin, crude copper wire. He had hooked the rod to a small wheel set on the bench. If his theory of electromagnetic induction held, the setup should spin. He carefully lowered the lever, bringing a charged mana stone toward the flat end of the cylinder, where a lightning affinity script was intricately carved. He glanced at Sora. Be ready. I'm about to start. Sora gripped the pole with both hands, her posture tense, ready to yank Arthur and the clinging princess to safety if the mana output turned lethal. Arthur lowered the lever the rest of the way. As the mana stone entered the activation range, the script flared to life, feeding a current into the copper coils. The magnetic field snapped into existence, interacting violently with the magnetite and forcing the central rod to rotate. The attached wheel on the table began to spin. It works, Lori shouted, so startled by the sudden mechanical motion that she shrieked. The outburst caused Sora to jump back in shock, reflexively yanking the rope hard. The sudden jerk pulled Arthur off balance, and he crashed to the floor, dragging Lori down with him. She finally let go, watching the two of them tumble into the dust. Lori jumped right back up, leaving Arthur on the ground. Sorry, Arthur, Sora said, rushing over to help Arthur up. So, Lori asked, pointing at the wheel as it continued to hum and spin. What is this supposed to do? Work, Arthur said, simply, as he brushed himself off. We can use this to grind grain, or build carriages that don't need beasts to pull them. They'll move on their own. That's just the tip of the possibilities. He reached up and lifted the lever, pulling the mana stone out of range. The script darkened, and the wheel slowed to a halt. He smiled, his mind already racing through the implications of automated manufacturing and transportation. Let's go wash up and eat, Arthur suggested, looking at the two women. I think we can call this a success. The warmth of the newly opened pub, filled with the hum of conversation and the clinking of mugs, was a stark comfort that Arthur was just beginning to appreciate. He sat at a sturdy wooden table, his hands moving animatedly as he traced the blueprints of a bat-inspired wing onto a scrap of parchment, explaining the principles of lift for a wing to a rapt Sora and a giggling Lori. It's about air pressure, Arthur said, his eyes bright with the thrill of innovation. If we can create a shape that forces air to move faster over the top than the bottom, the difference in pressure literally pulls the craft into the sky. And for the cars, it's just a controlled explosion, repeated thousands of times a minute, pushing a piston. Sora frowned, her hand resting on the staff she kept in her ring. An explosion inside a metal box? Arthur, that sounds like a recipe for a disaster, not transport. Lori just leaned against his shoulder, her gaze fixed more on Arthur's face than his drawings. I'd ride in it, as long as you were driving. The light-hearted mood was shattered when the pub door swung open with a violent thud. One of the elven guards, his armor dusty and his face white as a sheet, scanned the room with panicked eyes until he locked onto Arthur. He didn't wait for permission. He sprinted to the table, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Sir, we have a major problem." The guard choked out, saluting frantically. Arthur raised a hand. "Slow down. What happened?" he asked. "One of our long-range patrols just returned. They've spotted an army, a massive one, approaching from the east. They're a few days' ride away." Arthur's hand stopped mid-gesture. The blueprints were forgotten. "Etherport?" he asked, referencing the major power to the south. The elf shook his head vigorously. "No, sir. It's not Etherport. Their insignia, we didn't recognize it. It's a coalition force from the eastern kingdoms." Arthur felt a chill creep up his spine. He had naively assumed that because the primary regional power to the south remained neutral, the other kingdoms would follow suit. He had underestimated the sheer, visceral hatred the world held for a sovereign nation of demihumans. "How many?" Arthur asked, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous calm. The guard swallowed hard, his hands trembling. "My lieutenant and I, we observed from the ridge for an hour. If we had to guess, sir, 100,000, maybe more. It's a march of total war." The pub seemed to shrink around them. The chatter of the other patrons faded into a dull, meaningless background noise. Arthur slowly looked up, meeting Sora's eyes, then Lori's. "Didn't see this one coming," Arthur said, his voice devoid of his usual optimism. 100,000 troops. They aren't coming to negotiate, and they aren't coming to tax us." The three of them sat in suffocating silence. The blueprint of the airplane, meant to represent a future of freedom and progress, now looked like a cruel, impossible dream. They had only a few days to turn a town of refugees into a fortress, or prepare to watch their sanctuary be turned to ash. Arthur didn't waste a single heartbeat. The paralysis of the shock faded, replaced by the cold, tactical clarity. "Lori," he barked, his voice cutting through the heavy silence of the pub. "Gather the town guards. I need every volunteer who can hold a spear or a staff. If they can fight, I want them at the perimeter drills by dawn." He turned to Sora, his grip on her shoulders firm. "Get the children, the elderly, and anyone who can't fight into the bunkers. Use the reinforced ones with the manastone plating. Don't stop until every last one of them is secure." Sora gripped his forearm, her eyes searching his for any sign of the detachment she feared. "Arthur, don't overdo it." "I've got it under control, Sora," Arthur promised, though his jaw was set tight. "I know my limits." He didn't sleep. As the town plunged into a frantic, hushed mobilization, Arthur walked to the town limits. He began with the earth itself, pressing his palms into the dust. He poured his will into the bedrock, drawing up massive, vertical slabs of granite that groaned as they rose from the earth. He shaped them, refined them, and then, with a sharp, focused burst of mana, flash-hardened the soil into solid, impenetrable stone. By the time the sun began to bleed over the eastern horizon, a towering, seamless wall encircled the town. But he wasn't finished. Circling the base of his new wall, Arthur dug deep. He carved a massive trench, a jagged scar in the earth that he immediately flooded with water channeled from his newly created canal. He left only one path through the defensive net, a single, narrow approach that would be guarded by a heavy drawbridge of his own design. Exhaustion began to claw at him, but a report from a scout kept him moving. The coalition army had halted a day's ride out, hunkering down to establish a massive siege camp. They were waiting, gathering their strength. Arthur returned to the wall. He spent the remaining hours shaping stone golems, hulking, faceless sentinels, and positioning them along the ramparts and the main entrance. Finally, he turned his attention to the artillery. Using his recent breakthroughs in electric motor design, he crafted a series of large, stationary wooden crossbows. Instead of slow, manual reloading, he mounted circular, rotating cartridges onto them, allowing the guards to fire bolt after bolt in rapid, devastating succession. As the morning light hit the stone, Arthur stood on the ramparts, his clothes stained with dirt and his hands trembling with residual mana fatigue. He had built a fortress overnight, but as he looked toward the east, where the horizon was beginning to darken with the smoke of 10,000 campfires, he knew that the real test of his mistake, of a kingdom, was only just beginning. Arthur had reached a stage where he could draw mana directly from the atmosphere, an almost infinite wellspring that spared him from the exhaustion that would have crippled any other mage. Yet, even with his reserves overflowing, his mind and body were fraying from a desperate lack of sleep. To stave off the collapse, he had resorted to layering rejuvenation and body enhancement spells, keeping his senses sharp and his reflexes primed, though he knew it was only a temporary fix. As the day progressed, the tension in the workshop grew thick. Arthur, Sora, and Lori stood huddled over a map of the plains, plotting their next, perhaps impossible move. "I think we should talk to them," Arthur said, breaking the silence. "If we can convince them that we're not a threat, and that we have no connection to the Demon Lord, they might turn around. It's worth the risk." He scanned their faces, searching for conviction. Both Lori and Sora were born into this world's harsh realities. They understood the deep-seated, visceral disdain for demi-humans far better than he did. Sora reached out, her fingers tightening around Arthur's hand. "We'll go with you," she said, her voice soft but resolute. "But I don't think they will listen. You're trying to reason with a storm, Arthur." Arthur nodded, understanding the gravity of her warning. He didn't wait for further debate. He focused his intent, visualizing the terrain he had scouted earlier. Warp. In a blink, the workshop vanished. They materialized on a small, windswept hill overlooking the vast sea of tents that made up the Coalition's camp. Arthur held a large, white flag he had conjured from his spatial storage, letting it snap in the brisk wind. They didn't have to wait long. The audacity of their appearance drew instant attention, and within minutes, 3 riders detached from the main camp, galloping toward the hill. The rider in the center was draped in heavy, ornate plate armor, his posture radiating the absolute authority of a ruler. Flanked by 2 elite knights, with visors pulled low, they closed the distance quickly, reining in their horses just a short distance from the trio. The king, a man whose face was etched with the rigid, unforgiving lines of a war, looked down from his high saddle. His gaze swept over Arthur and Sora with cold indifference, but when his eyes landed on Lori, they narrowed, his lip curling in a display of visceral disgust. "An elf," he muttered to himself, the word dripping with venom. He shifted his focus back to Arthur, his posture stiffening. "Tell me, stranger, what brings you here?" Arthur stepped forward, his expression neutral. "I am the ruler of the village you are preparing to attack," he stated firmly, holding the king's gaze. "I was hoping we could talk, negotiate, and come to terms. I don't wish to fight." The king let out a short, hollow chuckle that held no humor. "Of course you don't want to fight my army," he sneered, his expression hardening into a mask of pious fury. "My scouts have confirmed the rumors. Your village is a cesspool of demons. We cannot allow such filth to fester, lest it spread to other villages and eventually threaten the capital itself." He smiled, thin and predatory. "It seems you have made my task easier. Our god has brought you to us." The air suddenly hissed as 3 arrows whistled out of the dark, aimed with lethal intent at the trio. Arthur didn't even blink. "Barrier," he commanded. A translucent, shimmering shield snapped into existence around Lori and Sora, the arrows shattering against the invisible force. Simultaneously, Arthur's hand shot out, catching the final arrow inches from his own throat. He tossed the shaft to the dirt, his eyes turning to flint. He held his palm out toward the king and his 2 escorts. Gravity. He lowered his hand with a sharp, controlled motion. The world seemed to buckle. The king, his knights, and their massive warhorses were slammed into the mud with a sound like snapping timber. They hit the ground so hard the earth shuddered, the riders pinned by an invisible, crushing weight. Arthur warped the short distance instantly, appearing before the gasping king. He knelt, his face inches from the rulers. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness, Arthur warned, his voice low and dangerous. If you attempt to hurt my people, we will fight back. In the distance, the main camp was in an uproar. He could see the glint of steel as the king's rescue party mobilized. Looks like your men are gathering to come save you, Arthur noted calmly. The king grunted, his face turning purple as he struggled to draw breath against the overwhelming gravitational force. I will show no mercy to demons or to any humans that protect them, he choked out, his eyes bulging. When the other nations hear of this, they will join me, and you will fall. Actually, Arthur began, but Sora and Lori stepped forward, their presence commanding. I am Princess Lorraine of the Elven Nation, Lori stated, her head held high. And I am Sora Voss, of royal blood from Etherport, Sora added, her voice ringing with authority. The king paid them no mind, his focus entirely on his own desperate struggle to move a single muscle, but Arthur only intensified his hold. Gravity, he repeated, layering the pressure until the ground beneath the king began to crack. I would prefer not to see your men die, Arthur said, his tone one of finality. Or any of mine. You have been warned. Arthur stood, the threat already dissipating into the coming storm. He reached out and grabbed Lori and Sora's hands as the thundering hooves of the rescue party drew within range. Warp, he commanded. The air twisted and distorted around them. Arthur turned to the king. There are no winners in war, only those that lose less. The world spiraled into white. In the blink of an eye, the plains and the king were gone, standing once more in the quiet, solid heart of their village. He didn't listen to a word, Lori said, her voice tight as she pulled her hand away, her eyes reflecting the lingering shock of the encounter. To him, we aren't people. We are just monsters in his path. Arthur looked back toward the edge of the town, where the massive stone walls he'd erected now stood as the only barrier between his people and total annihilation. I know, Arthur replied, his voice calm but cold. He walked toward the wall, looking out at the horizon where the sun was beginning to dip. I wanted to prove that we could choose a different path, but they've made their choice. He turned to his companions, his eyes devoid of the uncertainty that had plagued him only hours ago. If the king wants a war, we will give him such a masterclass in defense that he will regret ever crossing our borders. But we do it our way. Precision, logistics, and minimal loss. We just need to be smarter than they are. Arthur instructed Lori and Sora to get some rest, his voice raspy with the weight of the coming day. They were going to face a trial by fire, and every ounce of strength would be needed. He left them, his own body feeling like it was made of lead, and retreated to his quarters, intending only to wash up and collapse. But the moment he pushed open his door, he found his plans thwarted. Lori was already there, tucked under the blankets of his bed, her eyes bright with a mischievous spark. You're late, Arthur. Lori, I really need to sleep. Why are you here? Arthur asked, his voice thick with exhaustion. He looked entirely defeated, the fatigue of over 24 hours, without rest finally pulling at his features. Lori grinned from ear to ear, patting the empty spot beside her. You can try to move me, Arthur, but I must warn you, she teased, playing with the edge of the blanket. Arthur didn't have the energy to argue. He crawled into the bed, sinking into the soft mattress with a heavy sigh. Elven people don't wear garments to bed, Lori whispered, her voice dropping to a playful, intimate tone. Arthur froze, the realization slowly dawning on him through his haze of exhaustion. Before he could even process her words, Lori was already in motion. She didn't give him a moment to think, her hands moving with practiced grace to strip him of his tunic before pulling him firmly against her body. The warmth of her skin against his instantly wiped away the last few days, and despite the storm brewing on the horizon, Arthur found himself at peace, cocooned by her presence. When he woke the next morning, the room was bathed in soft, early light. He glances over at both Lori and Sora curled up beside him, their breathing steady and peaceful. Sora found her way in shortly after Arthur's arrival. Looking at them, Arthur felt a flicker of warmth that defied the encroaching danger. He carefully extricated himself from the bed, moving with practiced silence to avoid waking them. He stepped out into the crisp morning air, his mind immediately sharpening. The coalition army would reach the gates by the end of the day. He doubted they would have marched through the night, preferring the tactical advantage of a daylight assault. Even though the plains were safer now thanks to his previous actions, the true test lay in the hours ahead. He had a defense to finalize and a village to protect. The time for rest was gone. The war was at their doorstep. As the coalition army drew closer, the king's initial fervor began to fray, replaced by mounting confusion. He reined in his warhorse, his eyes scanning the horizon, and turned sharply to his advisor. "I thought you said this was a small, ragtag village filled with demons," he barked, his voice laced with sudden doubt. "What is this?" He gestured into the distance. Looming ahead was not a cluster of huts, but a formidable wall of dark, polished stone that seemed to claw at the sky. It was perfectly uniform, impenetrable, and surrounded by a deep, water-filled moat that reflected the midday sun. As they drew closer, the king's blood ran cold. Lining the ramparts were dozens of towering stone golems, faceless sentinels that stood perfectly still. Beside them, he spotted row upon row of massive wooden crossbows. They were unlike any siege weaponry he had ever seen. They lacked heavy tension springs, replaced instead by strange, compact metallic cylinders that hummed with an unsettling, rhythmic vibration. The coalition army, sensing the sheer scale of the fortification, halted. The front lines pulled back, the soldiers whispering in fear, eager to stay beyond the reach of those unknown, lethal-looking machines. High above them, sitting on the edge of the stone rampart, Arthur, Sora, and Lori watched the massive force grind to a standstill. Lori turned to Arthur, her brow furrowed with concern. "They're terrified, Arthur. You could end this right now. A single localized quake, or a storm to scatter their ranks, with the amount of mana you have. You could wipe them out before they even reach the moat." Arthur cut her off before she could finish, his voice sharp and final. "If I use that much power," he paused, his gaze fixed on the dense sea of steel and fur-lined banners, "I lose a part of my humanity. I stop seeing people as friends, as family. People become statistics. They become acceptable casualties." He looked down at his own hands, calloused and steady. He had felt the pull of that detachment before, the seductive, hollow logic of the god view, that had turned the previous demon lord into a monster. He refused to let that happen again. Sora reached out and nudged Arthur's shoulder with her elbow, her expression playful yet underscored by a sharp, demanding intelligence. "So, our wise king, what's the next move?" Arthur stumbled, his face flushing a deep, embarrassed crimson. "Kike king. I'm no king, Sora. I'm just a guy who wanted a little peace and quiet." Sora didn't let him off the hook. She simply tapped her foot rhythmically against the stone wall they were all standing atop, the sound echoing against the fortification's polished surface. "All you're missing is the castle, Arthur." He looked around at the formidable stone ramparts, the tactical placement of the electric motorized artillery, and the rows of watchful, determined faces behind him, then let out a long, weary sigh. "Well, can't argue there." Arthur turned his attention back to the horizon, where the coalition army remained a stubborn, dark smudge against the landscape. "For now, we wait. I want to see what they do first. We don't exactly have any army ourselves." It was a grim reality. Arthur's town boasted only 150 to 200 soldiers, a ragtag coalition of the elves who had migrated with Lori, and a handful of demi-humans still in the early stages of training. They were nowhere near ready to face a professional, well-armed, and well-trained coalition force. Yet, they stood there on the other side of the wall, their weapons gripped tight, waiting for a single word from him. They looked to Arthur not as a transient traveler, but as the only thing standing between them and extinction. The scene shifted deep beneath the ancient dungeon Arthur had discovered only a few days earlier. It was no longer the silent, forgotten tomb he had stumbled upon. It was now a festering wound, heavily tampered with by the demon lord's lingering, corruptive influence. Inside, the creatures were stirring, their movements restless and frantic. The cracks on the door were larger now, webs of jagged fissures spreading further across the thick granite surface. The king sat in his tent, the flickering candlelight casting long, dancing shadows against the canvas walls as he huddled with his 3 closest advisors. Outside, the night was thick, cold and unnervingly quiet. "Any news from the detachment we sent ahead?" the king asked, his voice tight with impatience. He had sent a specialized group of mages and shock troops to probe the perimeter, expecting them to return with gaps in the village's defenses, or at least a report of their failure. The silence that stretched back from the darkness was becoming an unbearable weight. Meanwhile, on the battlements, Arthur was in the midst of a final, urgent drill. He was showing the elven archers and the young demi-human recruits how to calibrate the tension on the new electric motorized crossbows. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a rhythmic thud-thud-thud. Below the wall, 3 of the dormant stone golems surged to life. "Targeting confirmed," Arthur muttered, his eyes narrowing as he looked out into the darkness. One by one, the golems unleashed. They launched massive, iron-tipped javelins, powered by the mechanical force of the electric motors. The kinetic impact was catastrophic. In the distance, the faint, shimmering blue light of the enemy mages' defensive barriers pulsed briefly, then shattered like thin glass under the relentless barrage of the javelins. "Now," Arthur commanded, his hand sharp in the air. "Test your range." The elven knights, their movements fluid and trained, stepped to the crenellations and released their own volleys, synchronizing their fire with the golem's mechanical thunder. The village's defensive fire was overwhelming, a precision bombardment that turned the darkness into a chaotic storm of flying steel and splintering shields. The king stood at the edge of his camp, his eyes fixed through a spyglass on the distant, dark silhouette of the village. The night was clear from his elevated vantage point. Suddenly, the night erupted. He watched in frozen horror as the massive stone golems lurched into motion. The sound reached him seconds later, a series of resonant, mechanical thuds that vibrated through the very ground beneath his boots. With every impact, a searing flash of light tore through the darkness. He saw his scouts' blue defensive shields flare brilliantly, struggling to hold, before they shattered into jagged, dying sparks under the kinetic fury of the incoming javelins. He watched the frantic movements of his men as they were pulverized by a force they had no hope of countering. The village perimeter, which had appeared so humble in reports, was now a wall of death. The rhythmic, relentless thwack-hiss of automated crossbows and javelins, followed by the sight of his elite mages being pinned and dismantled by invisible, high-velocity projectiles. The scouts he had sent to test the waters were gone, erased from the field in less time than it took to muster a company. He looked back at his massive, waiting army, then toward the now quiet village walls, his determination growing even stronger. "I will hit them with full force." The king turned, heading back to his tent. "Muster the men," he ordered his generals. "Prepare every battalion. No more testing the waters." The sun rose as Arthur looked out over the distant horizon. The king was mustering his army. The troops could be seen covering the distance as far as the eye could see, marching toward his wall. "Sora," Arthur asked, his voice barely audible over the growing tension in the air, "what are we dealing with?" He had never seen war on this scale. He had grown up in a time of peace, back on Earth, where conflicts were resolved in boardrooms, not through the slaughter of tens of thousands. Sora stood next to Arthur, her eyes locked on the horizon, tracking the steady, rhythmic advance of the marching army. "Well," she spoke, her tone steady despite the gravity of the situation. "Considering all of their troops, there are probably thousands of mages in their ranks as well. They'll likely coordinate their output to overcome our structural defenses." Sora turned to look at Arthur. "Individually, they have nothing on you. You can reshape the battlefield with a thought, but combined, they will be a force to contend with. Just keep that in mind and don't overdo it, Arthur." She said it gently, but with a warning edge that cut through the morning air. Arthur smiled at Sora, placing his hand gently on her cheek. "I know. Lately, it felt like Sora was constantly worried about him, watching for any sign that the power he wielded was beginning to change him. He knew she was right to be concerned. With everything that had been going on to keep the settlement alive, the temptation to just float in the sky, looking down at everyone like they were nothing more than peasants or ants to be wiped out and exterminated, was becoming dangerously easy to visualize. He knew that if he surrendered to that perspective, he would permanently blur the line of his own morality. He would cease to be the protector of these people and become something else entirely, something he feared more than the king's army. Arthur pulled his hand back, gripping the cold stone of the wall once more. The wall he had built, his own design, reinforced with the mechanical ingenuity he had brought from his own world, was the only thing standing between his people and the end. "They're stopping," Arthur noted, his eyes narrowing as the vanguard of the coalition halted, their banners fluttering in the cold morning wind. "They're preparing for a siege, not a charge." "Then we hold," Sora replied, her confidence grounding him. "We hold, and we make them pay for every inch they try to take." Arthur turned to the row of golems lining the ramparts. He took a steady, centering breath, watching the enemy army solidify their positions, and thrust his arm outward. "Fire!" he shouted. The golems responded instantly. One by one, they began to launch massive, iron-tipped javelins toward the enemy lines. Arthur watched the projectiles arc through the air, but just as they neared the vanguard, shimmering blue magical barriers snapped into existence, shielding the soldiers and the heavy siege engines. To his surprise, the barriers didn't shatter. They absorbed the kinetic energy, allowing the army to keep pushing forward undeterred. Below, the king watched his mages hold the line, his confidence surging. "Keep pushing," he roared over the din of clashing metal and magical discharges. Arthur saw his chance. He signaled the 3 massive golems patrolling outside the walls. They broke into a thunderous charge, rushing the front lines. "Stop them," the king commanded. His mages didn't hesitate. They unleashed a volley of fireballs that struck the golem's dead center. A massive cloud of smoke and fire obscured the king's view, while Arthur watched from above. A second later, the golems burst through the haze, their stone fists swinging. The sound of screaming soldiers filled the air as the golems obliterated everything in their path. "Tear them down now," the king bellowed. A group of mages rushed forward, each pulling a small, folded napkin-sized parchment from their pouches. They tossed the tomes into the air, channeling their mana through their conduits. Vines erupted from the earth, wrapping around the once gray golems, now partially red, covered in his men's remains. The golems struggled, their stone joints groaning under the pressure, but the sheer quantity of the vines overwhelmed them. With a final, crushing pull, the golems were dismantled, collapsing into piles of inert stone. "Can somebody do anything about these damn explosions?" the king shouted, gesturing to the relentless bombardment still raining down from Arthur's ramparts. Arthur watched his creations fall, a wave of nausea rolling through his stomach. The reality of the massacre was undeniable. It was like giving a 2-year-old paint by numbers, and his only color was red. All of a sudden large, jagged earthen spikes shot up from the plains, piercing through the golems he had lined up outside. The spikes didn't stop. They continued their trajectory, crossing the water-filled moat and slamming into the base of his wall. The impact was violent, a seismic shock that shook the entire fortification. As the first spikes dissolved, new ones erupted from the earth, striking the wall again and again. The stone began to crumble under the sustained, rhythmic battering. Lori ran up to Arthur, bracing herself against the wall as the masonry groaned under the repeated impacts. Her eyes weren't filled with fear, but with a terrifying, familiar thrill. "Arthur, is it my turn?" The innocence in her eyes betrayed her intentions. Arthur looked at her, stunned by her excitement. Even as the wall shook and the ground cracked beneath their feet, she was still hungry to unleash her own brand of destruction. Arthur looked at Sora, then turned to Lori. He nodded, granting his approval. "Start with the fire tornado," he commanded, his voice hardening as the wall shuddered under another series of seismic impacts. "I have to deal with those mages, or they're going to breach the wall." Lori straightened her posture, attempting to adopt a solemn, battle-hardened expression. To Arthur, it looked more like a child playing dress-up, but he didn't have time to critique her demeanor. She strode to the edge of the ramparts and dug into her satchel, pulling out a crisp, inscribed tome. "Gotcha," she chirped, the word losing all gravity as she tossed the parchment into the wind. She channeled her mana with a raw intensity that made the air around her crackle. Almost instantly, the atmospheric pressure shifted. High above, the clouds bled a deep, ominous red, swirling into a tight vortex that descended rapidly. Fire and gale-force winds fused, spiraling into a roaring column of flame that slammed into the enemy's front line. As the inferno roared to life, Arthur heard a faint, cheerful humming coming from Lori. She was effectively conducting an orchestra of death, seemingly delighted by the sheer scale of the destruction. It was deeply disturbing, yet effective. Arthur turned his focus to Sora, ignoring the heat radiating from the encroaching storm. "Watch everything," he said, his eyes scanning the battlefield for the source of the earthen spikes. "If anyone reaches the wall, use the golems. Keep yourselves safe. I'll return." Sora didn't offer a tactical retort. Instead, she stepped into his space, gripping his face between her hands. Her touch was warm, a sharp contrast to the biting wind of the siege. She pressed a quick, firm kiss to his lips. "Come back in one piece," she whispered, her eyes searching his. Arthur didn't waste another second. He tapped into the space around him, the intuitive, non-tone magic that felt like an extension of his own nervous system, and warped. The sensation was instantaneous. The roar of the firestorm and the vibration of the crumbling wall vanished, replaced by the cold, dry air of the battlefield's edge. He materialized behind the line of enemy mages. The mages were frantic, their eyes fixed on the encroaching fire tornado. "Quick, dispel it," one of the senior mages shouted, his hands trembling as he struggled to align his focus. "I'm trying, but it's not working," another cried out. The first mage never got to respond. A sharp jolt racked his body, and he looked down with a confused, hollow expression. A blade, shimmering with concentrated white light, had erupted from his chest. Behind him, Arthur stood, his expression devoid of the warmth he showed Sora or Lori. He had warped in, delivering a strike that bypassed every magical shield they possessed. As the mage slumped, the blade in Arthur's hand dissolved into mist. With a fluid, brutal motion, Arthur rematerialized the weapon and swung, decapitating the second mage before he could even draw breath. The remaining casters finally spun around, their faces pale with terror, but Arthur was already moving. As his palms clapped together, the earth beneath their feet betrayed them. Jagged earthen spikes erupted upward, skewering the mages where they stood. From his vantage point, the king saw the disturbance, a pocket of chaos in the heart of his army. "Stop him," he roared, pointing his sword at the center of the slaughter. Arthur was immediately swarmed, but he was a ghost in the machine. He encased his back in a hardened barrier, absorbing the impact of a dozen spears, while his front-facing hand discharged a lethal arc of electricity that turned his attackers into twitching husks. Then he saw him, the king, mounted on his warhorse, trying to rally his panicked guard. "Found you." Arthur vanished and reappeared midair, directly in front of the king's mount. He reached out, his fingers locking onto the king's face, and hauled him from the saddle. They hit the mud with a wet, heavy crack. Arthur landed on his feet, his boots planted firmly next to the king's temple, his hand still clamped like a vice over the ruler's face. He pushed, forcing the king's head deeper into the muck. "I warned you," Arthur said. His voice was cold, stripped of all humanity. "I asked you," I pleaded, "and yet here we are." The king's personal guard surged forward, a wall of steel aimed at Arthur's heart. Arthur didn't even glance at them. He flicked his fingers, and a translucent, impenetrable barrier dome snapped into existence, isolating him and the king from the rest of the battlefield. The guard slammed into the shield, their swords bouncing off the shimmering surface. Arthur leaned in, his eyes burning with the intensity of someone who had seen the brink and decided he didn't care if he toppled over it. "This is going to end," Arthur said, the pressure of his grip causing the king to wheeze in agony. "You have two options. One, I squeeze, and I end it right here. Two, you turn your army around and you go home. Either way, this ends today." The scene shifts to the desolate plains, far from the village. Arthur's lone stone building stands isolated, a silent sentry over the ancient door buried deep beneath the earth. Without warning, the granite seal fails. It explodes outward with enough force to pulverize the stone slab into jagged shrapnel, burying the chamber in debris. An ancient, magical pulse of discordant energy radiates through the air, shattering the stillness. From the dark, gaping maw of the breach, the swarm surges upward. They are mindless, twitching husks, deformed, pallid things with necrotic flesh. They flood the subterranean tunnels in a chaotic, scrambling mass. They trip over one another in a frantic, stuttering rhythm, jaw snapping at the air, driven by a singular, hollow urge to consume. As they pour out from the depths, their discordant shrieks merge into a single, piercing wail that vibrates through the ground. They have no master. They could sense the vibrations of the surface, the heavy thud of the coalition army's boots, and the frantic shouts of war, and they surged toward the surface. The king's head lolled back, his eyelids fluttering as consciousness slipped away. Arthur didn't let him fade. He slapped the king's face, a sharp, stinging jolt of charged mana arcing from his fingertips. "Stay awake," Arthur commanded, pulling the king's face closer by his jaw. "What will it be?" Before the king could answer, a strange, dissonant pulse radiated through the air. It felt like reality itself had skipped a beat. Instantly, the barrier Arthur had anchored around them vanished. In the distance, the roar of Laurie's fire tornado cut out, as if snuffed by a giant hand. Arthur's heart hammered. He felt the connection to his stone golems snap, the magic holding them together gone. The king's nearby soldiers, seeing their chance, lunged with swords drawn. Arthur didn't even look at them. He slammed his hand down, crushing the attackers into the mud with a brutal application of gravity. He threw the gasping king aside and stood, his senses screaming. Something is off. Back on the wall, Laurie stood with her hands still raised, a look of pure confusion on her face. "Hey, my spell just disappeared." Sora was already scanning the horizon, her staff gripped so tightly her knuckles were white. She watched the last of the distant stone golems crumble into dust. Arthur's contraptions, they've all stopped working, she realized, her voice trembling. Laurie and Sora turned, peering toward the direction of the plains, away from the coalition army. A low, guttural chattering filled the distance. A tide of malformed bodies began to emerge. Arthur summoned a magical dagger made of mana, a sharp, translucent blade that hummed with quiet intensity. He pressed it against the king's throat, the edge nicking the skin just enough to draw a bead of crimson. "Last offer," Arthur said, his voice cold and devoid of mercy. "There won't be another." The king looked around at his mages, who were standing frozen, clutching their useless staffs and staring in terror at their hands. They were clearly struggling to understand why their spells were not working, their connection to their tomes severed by the sudden pulse. "I surrender," the king said, looking at his men, shame crossing his face. "I will withdraw my troops." His words felt forced, dragged from his throat. To have to bow to these refugees, to these low beings, disgusted him, but he was a prisoner of his own helplessness. "Oh, you will do more than that," Arthur started to say, his grip on the dagger tightening. Back on the wall, Laurie stood with her hands held high, preparing to conjure a massive fireball. It was the largest fire tome she had, a high-tier script that demanded every ounce of her focus. Hi, Sora," she said, her words laced with nervousness and uncertainty as the necrotic tide lapped at the base of the wall. "I could use a little help here." "I'm really trying," Sora exclaimed, her voice frantic. She was waving her hand over her spatial storage ring, desperate to pull out a spare staff, but the crystal on the ring remained dim, completely drained. Her current staff, clutched in her other hand, was equally dead. Laurie didn't wait. With a desperate shout, she channeled the last of her internal reserves into the tome. The meteor fire spell burst into life, a roaring sphere of flame that she hurled toward the oncoming mass. It slammed into the center of the swarm with explosive force, turning the front ranks into ash and scattered bone. Just then, the space beside them shivered and tore open. Arthur appeared on the wall, his mana dagger instantly dissolving into mist as he took in the carnage below, for the first time. Both Laurie and Sora screamed Arthur's name the moment he materialized in front of them. Laurie wasted no time running over and jumping onto him, wrapping herself around his waist. "I need mana," she protested, pointing down at the seething mass of necrotic flesh below, where her previous fire spells had left only charred, twitching remains. "Arthur," Sora cut in, her voice trembling as she held out her hands. "My staff and ring are completely drained. I'm sorry, but can you also charge these?" Arthur didn't hesitate. He took her hand, his own mana flowing into her accessories, with the effortless precision of an architect refining a blueprint. As the crystals in her ring and staff flared back to life, Lori was already back to casting, her palms glowing as she unleashed a torrent of refined flame to hold off the vanguard of the horde now scrambling up the base of the wall. With Sora back in the fight, the three of them formed a desperate, efficient line. Sora's magic began to weave through the swarm with terrifying accuracy, picking off individual necrotic threats, while Lori's wide-area fire spells kept the bulk of the tide at bay. A few minutes passed, when Sora glanced at Arthur between incantations. "What about the king?" she asked, her curiosity cutting through the adrenaline. "Is he still?" "He surrendered. We still have to work out." Bam! Arthur was cut off by a thunderous impact that made the very stone of the ramparts groan. A massive projectile, launched from the ranks of the coalition army, slammed into the outer wall just feet away, sending a spray of granite shards into the air. Arthur turned, his eyes narrowing as he peered back across the battlefield. The king, despite his earlier plea for mercy and his formal surrender, had clearly changed his mind. The coalition siege artillery, previously silent and crewed by men too terrified or confused to act, was now fully operational. Methodical, heavy thuds echoed across the plain as teams of soldiers, driven by the king's desperate, vengeful command, began hurling large, enchanted boulders toward the village walls, intent on crushing them. "I'm going to have to go deal with the king," Arthur yelled, his voice barely audible over the constant bombardment. "Can you two handle these?" Arthur asked while hitting the horde with a massive firebolt. Flames arced out through the monsters like electric current, cauterizing the necrotic flesh. Lori and Sora both nodded, their faces grimed with soot and sweat. "Hurry back, Arthur," Sora pleaded, turning her attention back to the encroaching mass. She pulled a lightning tome from her pouch, tossed it into the air, and channeled her mana into it. A jagged arc of pure electricity ripped from the parchment, scouring the base of the wall clean in a blinding flash. "Warp," Arthur commanded. The air twisted around him as one of the enchanted boulders smashed through the wall, carving a path for the creatures to pass through. The swarm, now surging toward the outer perimeter, poured through the hole, rushing the army still hurling rocks from the plains. He materialized in the middle of the coalition's command post, directly in front of the king. The sudden displacement of air shoved the nearby royal guards aside, sending them sprawling into the dirt. The king glared at Arthur, his face deathly pale, his eyes wide with a mix of terror and rage as he looked toward the village, where the swarm was now pouring out. "You did this!" the king bellowed, gesturing wildly toward the chaos. "You released these demons onto us." Arthur was furious, his voice vibrating with cold, controlled fury. "This is a self-inflicted wound," he said, stepping into the king's personal space and pointing toward the demons now rushing toward the king's own disorganized ranks. "We were trying our best to fight them off, and it looks like you're about to help us fight them." Arthur summoned a small, flickering flame in his palm, the heat radiating off it, distorting the air between them. "I want to be very clear. These monsters are going to attack you regardless of what I do. I could retreat to our underground bunker, wait for one of you two to finish each other off, and then deal with whoever remains." He flicked his wrist, the flame dancing dangerously close to the king's ornate silk doublet. "Whatever the outcome, there is no rule that says you need to be alive for it." The king's bravado shattered. He turned to his officers, his voice cracking as he screamed, "Cease all attacks on the village. Focus everything on the creatures. Now." "Very well," Arthur replied, dispelling the flame with a sharp snap of his fingers. "This better hold long, Enu." He stopped dead in his sentence as he watched the demon lord appear, hovering over the village walls, where he had left both Lori and Sora fighting. The ambient noise of the battlefield, the shouting, the siege engines, the screeching of the necrotic swarm, suddenly muted into a terrifying silence. Arthur's heart felt like it had stopped, completely locked in fear. His presence was a crushing weight that eclipsed the entire siege. Arthur felt heavy and cold. As if on reflex, Arthur folded space and time, warping himself to Lori and Sora back at the wall, leaving behind the king and his men to fight the horde that had already intersected their front line. Arthur warped in, instantly slowing time itself to a crawl. Moving through the viscous, slowed air, he reached the girls and grabbed them, preparing to warp them to safety. Just as his spell began to take effect, the demon lord shattered the distortion with a wave of raw dispel magic. Arthur gasped. His time warping had no effect on the entity. He released the spell, and the world snapped back to its frantic, violent rhythm. "Run!" Arthur yelled, his voice cracking. Both girls jumped back, startled by his sudden, desperate arrival. "But Arthur," Sora started, reaching for her staff. "Run!" Arthur screamed, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. He instantly warped toward the demon lord, a shimmering mana blade manifesting in his hand. He slashed with lethal precision, but the demon lord simply phase-shifted, the blade passing harmlessly through empty space. Arthur landed, spun, and unleashed a massive bolt of electricity. The demon lord barely acknowledged the strike, instead flashing forward toward the girls, forcing Arthur to warp between them. The demon lord's hand shot out, clamping around Arthur's throat. "You should have listened to him," the demon lord whispered, his voice vibrating with cruel amusement. He hoisted Arthur into the air and hurled him aside. Arthur smashed into the stone ruins, his world spinning as he coughed up blood. Before Arthur could recover, the demon lord raised a hand, pinning him to the ground with crushing gravity magic. He turned his attention to the girls. Lori and Sora stood frozen, their legs locked by a primal, soul-deep fear. Moving with agonizing slowness, the demon lord materialized a dagger of solid mana and held it to Sora's throat. "You have interrupted my plans too many times," he hissed, pressing the blade until a crimson bead of blood welled up on her skin. "No!" Arthur's scream tore through the air. To the demon lord's surprise, space buckled violently. Before the entity could react, Arthur was suddenly there, standing between them, having swapped places with the demon lord. Arthur's aura erupted. It was a suffocating, atmospheric pressure that turned the sky into a bruised, blackened expanse. Lori fell backward, her breath hitching. She had never seen this side of Arthur. Being of elven blood, she perceived the world through the flow of mana. She was considered special even among her kind, and right now, Arthur's output was a blinding, dark, abyssal sun that rivaled the demon lord himself. "Sora," Lori stammered, trembling. "What is this?" "No matter what," Sora whispered, her eyes fixed on Arthur's back. "We can't leave him." "But Sora," Lori gasped. "No matter what." Sora cut her off, sprinting forward and throwing her arms around Arthur. Arthur's violent aura wavered. As Sora held him, the crushing pressure stabilized, though it remained at a terrifying, lethal threshold. Lori watched stunned Sora, who had been paralyzed by fear seconds ago, was now moving with a reckless, total disregard for her own life. "Just stay with us," Sora whispered into his ear. The demon lord threw his head back and bellowed with laughter. "Foolish girl, you should have left him." Before the sound of his voice faded, the demon lord flashed forward. He ripped Arthur violently away and plunged his mana blade through Sora's gut. In that instant, the world froze. It was a moment etched forever into the fabric of reality. The demon lord stood motionless, eyes wide, as Arthur stepped forward, not walking, but gliding like a phantom, leaving a trail of distorted light behind him. He grabbed the demon lord by the face and shoved him away. "Arthur, now frantic, move!" he screamed. He pulled the sword from Sora's body, but even in the frozen stillness, she began to disintegrate. Her flesh turned to fine particles that drifted away into the void. "This can't be," Arthur pleaded, his voice breaking. He pressed his hands to her cheeks, channeling every ounce of his restorative magic, layering spell upon spell. But the curse imbued in the demon lord's blade was absolute. His magic failed to take hold. He stood there, weeping, as he watched the last of her dissolve into dust. Time surged forward again. The world resumed its motion, but the moon was gone, replaced by a sky filled with foreign, alien stars. Arthur stood slowly, his aura no longer a wild storm, but a cold, infinite silence. He turned to the demon lord, who was rising from the rubble, seemingly impressed by Arthur's ability to affect him. Arthur wasn't finished. To any observer, it looked as if Arthur was simply slamming the demon lord into the ground with impossible speed. But the reality was far more terrifying. Arthur was manipulating the planet itself, dragging the mass of the Earth up, to collide with the demon lord over and over. Each impact shattered the terrain, turning stone to powder. The demon lord tried to phase, slipping out of physical reality to render Arthur's strikes harmless. Arthur didn't blink. He reached directly into the pocket of space, where the entity had retreated and squeezed. The demon lord's eyes widened as the sheer pressure forced him to materialize back into a physical form, exposed and vulnerable. Arthur immediately manifested a mana dagger, driving it deep into the demon lord's temple before kicking him squarely in the chest, sending him reeling back. The demon lord ripped the blade from his head, the wound knitting together with sickening speed, his face contorted in a mask of pure, unbridled rage. He surged forward, thrusting his sword with enough force to shatter bone. He expected to feel the resistance of Arthur's flesh, but the blade passed through nothingness. Arthur had opened a razor-thin portal directly on the surface of his own chest. The blade vanished into the rift, only to emerge from a secondary portal opening directly behind the demon lord, driving back into his own shoulder. The demon lord screamed as the curse embedded in his own steel began to tear through his essence, the same dark magic that had claimed Sora. "This shouldn't be possible," the demon lord shrieked, his form beginning to fray and crumble into ash. But even as his enemy dissolved, Arthur didn't stop. He rose from the ruins, his feet hovering inches above the ground, while the earth beneath him turned to gray, lifeless dust. Bolts of black lightning arched from his body, indiscriminately striking the landscape with enough force to vaporize rock. Arthur's aura was an abyssal dark, a vacuum of light that made the very air scream. Lori watched in terror, the ground around her shaking as the environment began to disintegrate under the sheer weight of Arthur's grief. If he continued, he would not just destroy the coalition army. He would reduce the entire village, everything Sora had fought to protect, to nothingness. Lori remembered Sora's final, desperate command: "We can't leave him, no matter what." Tears streamed down Lori's face as she sprinted toward the epicenter of the storm. She didn't hesitate, leaping into the heart of the swirling abyss and wrapping her arms around him. The moment she made contact, the raw, overwhelming mana burned against her skin, a searing heat that blinded her senses and threatened to tear her soul apart. "Arthur," she cried, her voice cracking as she pressed her forehead into his chest, "I still need you." If you enjoy these stories, please don't forget to like and subscribe. It'll help this channel grow so I can continue to improve and provide a wide variety of stories. Thanks for watching.